And just a quick reminder, I know we got a few more coming on, so we'll have to do some more reminders, but that's okay. Don't forget, we got this week, Tuesday, Thursday, and then we got next week, Tuesday, Thursday. And then we launch into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Everybody with me? So please make sure if you've not put the dates, I'm in Learn, Test, Pass. I'm in the welcome section. I'm at the very top. And you guys have the July through August tentative schedule. So all the dates that we're scheduled to meet are here. And just remember, after 2 more weeks, we go into Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, which means we're going from 8 hours a week to 12 hours a week. So I'm trying to get you guys prepared. Okay. So mark your calendars, get ready. August is going to go fast, you guys. And August is less than a week away. So that's what I have to say about that. I do want to have just a quick conversation before we jump back into agency. I do want to have a quick conversation with you guys. This is about the time of the class that I start getting questions about what happens when I get my license. So if we can just take a few minutes, I don't want to take too much time because we'll talk about it again, but I do want to try to address as many questions, knowing that they'll be coming soon. And we're going to talk about your state exam. Please, let's just focus on once you get your license. Okay, we will talk about your state exam probably next week, first of the following week, something like that. So we will get to that. Once you get your license, congratulations, first off, that's a major, major accomplishment. So once you get your license, you're going to be a provisional broker. You're going to have a real estate license on provisional status. Think of the provisional status as like your training wheels. Okay, you can't ride your bike on your own just yet. So once you get your license and you're on provisional status, that license is inactive. And on an inactive license, you cannot practice real estate. So you get your license, congratulations, here's a real estate license on inactive status that you can't do anything with. Good job. So how do you do something with that license? As a provisional broker, in order for you to activate, you have to affiliate with a firm. You have to have a broker in charge take you under their wing. Only once you're under a firm, once you're affiliated with a firm, then you have an active license. As a provisional broker, your broker in charge is responsible for all your actions. They should be monitoring you. They should be going with you on your first listing appointment. They should be having you shadow a seasoned agent going to closing, right? They're going to have things in place to help expose you guys to the real world, right? We're in pre-licensing, so we're building your foundation. But once you get out there in the real world, then your BIC will be with you. You keep that provisional status until you complete post-licensing. So how do you knock off your training wheels? You got to do post-licensing. And post-licensing consists of 90 additional hours. Right now, you're in a 75-hour pre-licensing class. So once you get your license, you have 90 additional hours. And those 90 hours are broken down into 3 30-hour classes. So there's a post-licensing class on agency. It's got a big fancy title, but basically it just means agency. There's a post-licensing class on contracts, closings, and there's a post-licensing class on license law and commission rule. We're going to talk about contracts and closings. We're going to talk about license law and commission rule. You get to post-licensing and we're going to expand on those topics. We're going to give you further knowledge. Some agents, and there's no wrong way to do this, some agents are rip-roaring ready to go. And as soon as you get your license, you want to affiliate with a firm so you can start practicing. You can activate and take post-licensing. You've got to do post-licensing. You have 18 months from the day you get your license to finish post. Okay, 18 months. So you can activate And during that time, while you're training and getting going in your industry, in your career, you can come back and take your post licensing. Other agents choose to stay inactive until they knock post out. What I'm telling you is there's no wrong way to do that. If you're ready to go, activate. Just don't let that 18 months get away from you. If you're not sure yet, if you want to take on too much, then you can take post and then affiliate with a firm and go from there as a full broker. So that's just kind of a little bit. Again, we'll talk about your state exam. We'll talk about my end of class exam. But I know I just get a lot of, and as far as affiliating with a firm, do you guys hear me? I'm saying affiliating. I'm not saying employed by or hired by, am I? We're going to learn, if not the end of today, then the very first thing on Thursday, we're going to learn that you guys as real estate agents are independent contractors. So technically, who do you work for? I am my own boss. I affiliate with a firm. I don't employ with a firm. Okay, again, we'll talk more about that independent contractor at the end of this unit. And yeah, once you're affiliated with a firm, I mean, that big, they're taking you under their wing. If I were you guys, I would, and this is just me, I would talk to a couple different bigs. I would talk to a couple different firms. I would interview. That interview is a two-way street. Not only are they interviewing you to make sure that they fit their office culture, but you want to interview them to make sure you have, you know, warm, fuzzy feelings about that broker in charge. And if I were you guys, I understand commission is important. I get it. We're going to talk about your commission in Unit 8. But if I were you guys just coming out the gate, my questions to the BIC in this interview would be stuff like, what kind of training programs do you offer for new agents? What kind of training programs do you offer for experienced agents? Do you have a mentorship or apprenticeship, for example, for new agents? I'm a very firm believer in getting the proper education at the beginning. If you can do that out the gate, then you're setting yourself up for a long-term career. Okay. It takes time. New agent training takes time. I got a post licensing class going on right now. And one of the gentlemen in my class is starting his new agent training with his new firm next week. He said it's 3 weeks in a row, 4 days a week. I mean, they are not just throwing him in the deep end. They are like heave-hoeing him in the deep end, you know? So every firm is different. Y'all please always remember that. Every firm is different. So the training program they offer, the apprenticeship, the mentorship, anything like that is going to be different. You guys can, if you really want to, you can start talking to BICs now. Some may talk to you, some may not. Some may say, call me when you get your license, right? But it doesn't hurt to pick up the phone now and say, hey, I'm in pre-licensing and I'm looking forward to the next step, the next chapter. Do you want to sit down and chit chat? Again, we'll talk a little bit more about all that, but I just know this is the time that I start getting a lot of questions about what do I do next? So I just kind of wanted to address that understanding. We will talk about provisional broker. We will talk about post-licensing. We will revisit all this, but I just want to address any questions now before they come up. And guys, please, 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 with all of that being said, remember your goals. You can't have an active real estate license until you pass your state exam. You can't pass your state exam until you pass my end of class exam. So please don't get too far ahead of yourself. If the idea of talking to a BIC is intimidating to you right now, then wait. You're an independent contractor. You can do whatever you want. You guys with me? I'm never going to stand here and say, this is what you're going to do. So you guys need to kind of decide what's best for you. I do recommend that when you guys start talking to firms, you talk to 2, if not 3 different firms, because you have something to compare and contrast. Remember what I just said. All firms are different. They all offer different training, different compensation plan. They all have different, charity events, different socializing events, right? Different culture, different feel. All firms are different. So by you talking to 2 or 3, then you'll have something to do a nice side-by-side comparison. And you know, we want to get you guys in a place that's a right fit for you. So let's see, I got a question. Technically, you can't make any money at firm unless you complete a post-licensing. That's not true. As a provisional broker, you can earn commission, you can make money. As a provisional broker, you can do just about everything that a full broker can do, as long as you are under the supervision of a broker in charge. You have to have an active license to make money. And as a provisional broker, to have an active license, you have to affiliate with a firm. Here's the deal, you guys. We all remember from day one, right? And I can see your mouths move. What's the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's main purpose? What are they out to do? Protect the public, right? So with that being said, are they going to hand you a real estate license and let you run amok on the street and let you help somebody with a $500,000 purchase or sale of a home? No, they're going to make sure you get further education, further training. That's why they make post-licensing mandatory. That's why they make affiliating with a broker in charge mandatory. Again, you get in the proper training out the gate, you're positioning yourself for a long-term career. And I don't know, some of you may just want to sell one house and quit. Some of you may want to be doing this 30 years from now. Every single one of you is different, which is why I kind of sound like a real estate agent, don't I? I provide the facts so you can make a decision. So the facts are, you guys do what's best for you and your family. Some agents get out of pre-licensing, get their license, and they want to go part-time. Some agents want to jump into it full-time. Firms may or may not want a part-time agent. Every firm is different. So the worst they can say is, we're not looking for part-time. When you're ready to jump into full-time, call me. Is this kind of making sense? This is why I need you guys to talk to a couple, because if you haven't written this down yet, please do so. Every firm is different. So let's see, let me address a couple questions and then we're going to jump. Do I teach post-licensing classes? I do. I got one, actually it's ending tomorrow. The next question I get is there a test with post-licensing? And yes, all 3 post-licensings have a test, but everybody please stop for a second. Take a big deep breath. I'm here to tell you post-licensing isn't near as intense as pre. The hard thing is pre-licensing. Now, I still need you guys to study and focus and commit to post, right? But it's not near as intense as pre. So once we get you through, okay, so once you complete the post, how many hours of CE do we do? And we will talk about CE, but once you get your license, we do 8 hours of CE, continuing education, 8 hours of continuing education a year. And I will talk about CE when we get to licensed law and commission law. What questions do I have now? Only on post-licensing and provisional broker. I understand that I might have just opened up a window for a whole new other questions, but the agenda of today, and I'm going to talk about this more in just a second, the thing that we need to do today is focus on the topic that we're talking about, because we're getting further into agency today. And I need you guys like here, right? I don't need you out here thinking about something else. So let's focus. Post-licensing and provisional broker. What questions do I have on that? Here's a test question. We'll talk about the exams. Questions on post-licensing and provisional broker. Let's see. I'll talk about the exam in a couple weeks. How many weeks are the post-licensing? There's different schedule. Lane will have a 3-week weekday or a 2-weekend, or, you know, there's all different. There's day, evenings, you know, and in Lane's school, Lane's not unique. All schools offer different dates and times for post-licensing. It's just 30 hours. However, we can work the schedule to get 30 hours in. Do some firms offer to pay your post-licensing? Not that I've ever heard. However, I've not talked to every firm out there, so I'm not going to say no. but not that I've ever heard. How much time after we get our license do we take post? You could start the next day. All you have to do to sign up for post licensing is have a license number. So as soon as they send you that license and you have a license number, you can get signed up. Is there testing in the end of post? Yes. Post is not near as intense as pre. I got, let's see, we're down to, I think in this class, we're down to 60. Y'all know how many I have in my Monday, Wednesday post licensing class? It's ending tomorrow. 2. Isn't that a huge difference? How do you go from 62 to 2? So this post licensing class, it's a very small, intimate group, right? And it didn't take us long to get comfortable with each other, and they can talk and ask questions and, you know, all that good stuff. So post just tends to be a little less intimidating than pre. But please hear me. You still got to commit to post. You still got to focus. You still got to study, because you still have a test to pass. So I certainly don't want to say, oh, you don't have to do anything and you'll be able to pass. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying it's not near as intense. So yeah, think about post licensing. What did I just mention? Agency is a post licensing class. It's actually called Broker Relationship and Responsibilities. So that shakes out to agency, which is units 7 and 8. And there's also a post licensing class on contracts, which is units 9 and 10. What have I been babbling on about units 7, 8, 9, and 10? So we're taking, and then license law and commission rule, we're actually going to introduce you to that today. So we're taking 3 of the bigger topics from pre-licensing, and we're just expanding on them in post. So let's see. No state exam for post, just the class exam. Yep. No state exam, just the one test for post, the end of class exam. You don't have to go back to the testing center. Okay. Any other questions about post licensing, provisional broker? Please feel free to reach out to me. I feel like any other questions I get are going to be like, what about my situation? So, you know, one-on-ones, anything like that, please just feel free to reach out to me. Again, we're going to talk about, welcome if you're just joining us, please go back and watch the recording because we haven't officially gotten started yet, but we are talking about the good stuff about what happens when you get your license. So if you're just joining us, make sure and you go back and talk about or look at that, listen to that. We will talk about your state exam in like a couple weeks. You guys see here on the tentative schedule, it says, where is it? Real estate licensing in North Carolina. That's when we're going to talk about your state exam, the application process, all that good stuff. So I'll answer any questions at that time. Do we get a discount for taking post licensing courses with Carolina School of Real Estate? Lane will offer you a discount. I honestly don't know. I don't know because I'm not signing up for post, right? So, but I know Lane does offer you a discount. She'll be in touch with you when you pass. She'll let you know how to proceed. Do we use the same textbook for post licensing? No, you get another one that's just as thick, just as big as the real estate manual. This isn't a textbook anymore. This is a manual. The good news is we don't cover everything in the manual, and all 90 of your hours just come from this one book. So it's not like one book per class, right? So this is, you'll get a new book with post licensing. Y'all keep your pre-licensing book. It sometimes is used as a good resource. I know you're going to be ready to start a bonfire or use it to prop up that broken leg on your couch, but please keep it just as a good resource if need be. Okay. All right. It's 9:20, so we're done. We're going to move on. Again, if you have any questions about provisional broker or post, please just reach out to me. With that being said, we're getting ready to jump back into agency. I need you guys to focus today. I understand you guys. How many of you looked ahead at Unit 7? I'm seeing more hands today than I did last week. That's good. Thank you. And I know you guys are ready to talk about everything in Unit 7, but we're going to go in a certain order. And I promise you, if it's in Unit 7, we will address it. So if you guys, if I can get everybody to focus, everybody gonna focus with me today? That's the name of the game today. Everybody stay with me and stay focused. I'm not gonna answer questions about something 10 pages ahead, all right? Because I will get there. Fair enough? Everybody good? Welcome if you're just joining us. All right. So let's start with a little refresher. So everybody please turn with me, if you will, to page in your book, to page 136. And you'll remember on page 136, we started unit 7. I'm introducing you to this concept of the law of agency. Remember, the law of agency is not one law. It's comprised of several different things. It's the common law of agency. It's contract law. It's the result of court cases. And it's license law and commission rule. Again, I'm actually going to introduce that to you guys in just a bit. So we'll talk a little bit more about that. Then on page 137, we define some words. Do you guys have these words on flashcards yet? I see some head shaking, yes. If not, I suggest these words on flashcards because these are important words. These are big words that we use not only for your test, but also for everyday life. And then we started talking about my relationship, the broker's relationship with the client and the customer, and the different things that we owe them, the different responsibilities that we have. So on page 138, we talk about OCAR. OCAR is what I owe my client. How do you become my client? You hire my firm. How do you hire my firm? You enter into an agency agreement. So unit 8 is all about our agency agreements. In order for me to owe you OCAR, we're in an agency agreement. And on pages 139 over to 140, we break down what OCAR means. Good morning. Then at the bottom of page 141, we talk about my responsibility to third parties. Third parties are also known as customers. So what do I owe? The customer is the one that didn't hire me, right? That's the distinction. Either you hire me or you don't. If you hire me, you get something. What do you get? OCAR. If you don't hire me, it's okay. I still owe you honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material facts. Honesty, fairness, and the disclosure material facts. That's what I owe all the customers. I never have a reason to lie to anybody. I never have a reason not to disclose material facts. Then over on page 143, 142, 143, we started talking about things. We started talking about material facts. On page 143 is where we left. Paying particular attention to those bullet points on page 143. Remember, a material fact is a very big, very broad definition. You know, a material fact is just something that somebody would find relevant when making a decision. Well, gee, that's not helpful, is it? What the heck does that mean? So the Real Estate Commission has given us these specifics. Material facts are facts about the property itself. Material facts are facts around the property, zoning, highways, etc. Material facts are facts about the principal's ability to complete the transaction. And a material fact for me, the agent, is anything of specific importance to my principal. Remember, if it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. If it's important to my seller, then it's important to me. Once my buyer says, I need this, then it becomes a material fact to me. Nope, we're just catching up. It's a material fact to me, and it becomes important to me. A couple of you don't have your cameras on. If you will please make sure I can see you. So this is where we left off on Thursday. I hope you guys had a chance to review. I need you to spend time with OCAR. I need you guys to spend time with material facts. So today what we're going to do, the continuation of the material fact discussion, we're going to talk about what happens when you don't properly handle material facts. Okay. And before we get back into the book, y'all put the book aside just for 1 second. Before we get back into the book, we're going to go back to the basics. And I just want to introduce you guys to just some terms, just some words. And once I introduce you to some terms, then we're going to do a mashup. Okay, so put the book aside for just a second. The first term I want to introduce you to is a misrepresentation. Misrepresentation is communicating false information. A misrepresentation is a lie. Somehow you got the wrong information out there. Maybe you put it in your advertising. Maybe you put it in an email or a text to another agent or a broker. It's not necessarily intentional. Maybe it's intentional, maybe it's not. Let's just focus on misrepresentation. A misrepresentation is a lie. Somehow you got the wrong information out there. Compare a misrepresentation to an omission. An omission means you didn't put the information out there. You didn't disclose the material fact. You didn't address it in your advertising or an email or a text. Does everybody see the difference so far? One is a lie. You open your mouth and a lie falls out. The second one, you just keep your mouth shut. A willful act is what is done intentionally. If you do something willfully, you do it on purpose. You do it deliberately. You purposely lied or you purposely kept your mouth shut. A negligent act is done unintentionally. So are you intentionally lying? Maybe you are, maybe you're not. It doesn't matter. One way or another, whether you meant to or not, whether you did it intentionally or not, the wrong information got out there. Whether you did it intentionally or not, the right information didn't get out there. So willful act is done intentionally, a negligent act is done unintentionally. How can they prove a lie was intentional? That's a good question, right? That's up to the courts, possibly up to the real estate commission. So now what we're going to do at the bottom of page 143 is a mashup. And when we talk about material facts, we have prohibited conducts. When it comes to material facts, these are things that I'm not allowed to do. We're going to break down each of these and talk about them. Willful misrepresentation, you purposely lied. Negligent misrepresentation, you still lied. You didn't mean to, but it still happened. Willful omission, you purposely left information out. And negligent omission, you didn't mean to, but it still happened. So what we're going to do now, starting at the page 144, we're going to take these 4 prohibited conducts. Again, these are prohibited conducts surrounding material facts. If you don't properly handle a material fact, it's going to be a misrepresentation or an omission. As a matter of fact, when you guys get to your exams, both mine and the state exam, you're going to have a test question. And the test question is going to give you a scenario. And you need to decide which one of the prohibited acts the broker was guilty of. So y'all don't say I never gave you anything. Here's the answers to the test question. A is going to be willful misrepresentation. B is going to be negligent misrepresentation. C is willful omission. And D is negligent omission. There you go. So you guys are going to have to read this scenario. Remember, it's an application exam. You're going to have to read this scenario. And if I were you guys, I would first stop and ask yourself, Did the broker misrepresent the material fact? Did they lie about the material fact, or did they omit it? Did they keep their mouth shut? Once you decide that, then go back and find out if they did it purposely, intentionally, or on accident. Again, we're getting ready to break these down, and I got plenty of examples for you guys to look at to help prepare you for these questions that you're going to see on your test. There you go. Goodness, am I in a good mood today? Take that. There you go. So let's break them again, please. I'm sorry.
Can you explain them again, please?
We're breaking them down right now.
Oh.
Yep. So first up, we got willful misrepresentation on page 144. Willful misrepresentation, the licensee has actual knowledge, but deliberately misinforms. The licensee knows, and they lie. The licensee knows, and they lie. And we got examples of each. Plus, I just want to point out, you guys have examples, willful misrepresentation. There's 4 examples in your book on page 144. You guys see that? I think studying the examples helps you guys wrap your brain around this a little bit better. So please don't try to do it now. Remember, today's the day about focus. So willful misrepresentation. The agent knows, and they lie. So let's look at our example together. A seller's agent is aware that the present owners of the listed property have had serious problems with electrical wiring. Nevertheless, the broker tells a prospective purchaser that all mechanical systems are in excellent condition. This broker is guilty of willful misrepresentation. Did they lie? First off, did they lie? They were asked and they said, everything is working just fine. There's no problems whatsoever. So we first stopped and asked ourselves if they lie or they kept their mouth shut, but they tell a prospective purchaser. Then we need to find out if they did it on purpose or on accident. And if we look here, it says what? The agent is aware. Did they know there was a problem? Yes. Did they lie anyway? Yes. What is their crime? Willful misrepresentation. They knew and they lied. Then we have negligent misrepresentation. The licensee unintentionally misinforms a consumer concerning a material fact because they don't know, they have incorrect information, or they made a mistake. Please understand, it's negligent, they didn't mean to, but it still happened. They still got the wrong information out there. Unintentionally. Guys, whenever you're asked a question and you don't know the answer to it, I don't know, let me get back to you is a perfectly acceptable answer. When you're asked a question and you don't know the answer to it, just don't start making stuff up, right? Don't try to weasel your way through it. You say, well, that's a really good question. I don't know. Let me get back to you. That's a perfectly acceptable answer. So negligent misrepresentation. The licensee unintentionally misinforms a consumer. When it comes to negligent acts, any negligent act, the real estate commission is going to stop and ask themselves, would a reasonably prudent broker should have known that the information was provided was correct? Just because you negligently do something doesn't mean you're automatically going to get in trouble. The commission is going to perform what's known as the reasonable standards test. The reasonable standards test says, would a reasonably prudent broker should have known, or could they have found out? And that's what the commission is going to find. Let's say you put wrong information out about a proposed highway information, a road widening project. The commission is going to say, Could that agent have gone to NCDOT's website and looked that information up? Could you have? Could you have gone to NCDOT, gone to Google and Google Department of Transportation and looked that up? Provided that it's available on their website. I mean, if DOT doesn't have it, then how are we going to know, right? So let me ask you guys this. Why don't you guys tell me in a private chat? Let's see what we think here. Why don't you tell me in a private chat, which act do you think is worse, willful or negligent? And you can answer with a W or an N. Which act do you think is worse, willful or negligent? Willful or negligent? If you were the real estate commission and you got a complaint, and just trying to watch it as I go, I'm seeing the majority of us, and I would agree with you, are saying willful. Why? Because you did it on purpose. You did it intentionally. Negligent is an accident. Do y'all make mistakes? Come on. How many of you make a mistake? I don't know about y'all, but I make at least one every single day. We're human, you guys. Mistakes happen. If you find you made a mistake, fix it, correct it, fix your advertising, contact any prospective buyers, let them know. If you made it in an email or a text, send another email. Whoopsie, I made a mistake. A willful act is definitely going to get you in a lot more trouble than a negligent act. Guys, the real estate commission, the commissioners, they're people too. So they understand humans, thank you, humans make mistakes. When you make a mistake, did you hear me? When you make a mistake, fix it. So when viewing a property in a subdivision, the buyer tells their agent they want to build a large storage building in the backyard and asks if that would be permissible. The buyer's agent calls a listing agent and is told others in the subdivision have storage building and is sure the buyer can as well. Neither agent checked the covenants, nor has the buyer provided a copy. Both agents are possibly guilty of negligent misrepresentation. Could the buyer's agent or the listing agent have said, I don't know, let me get back to you? But instead, they just blurted something out, right? They didn't check the covenants. The listing agent, we've already talked about this cardinal rule. Well, everybody else has a storage building, so I'm sure it's okay. What do we know about storage buildings and fences? The only thing you know when you see one of those is that somebody put one there. You don't know if it's allowed or not. So in this case, because neither agent, they could have found out, but they didn't. They were negligent. They would both be guilty of negligent misrepresentation. Questions just on misrepresentation. A misrepresentation is a lie. You got the wrong information out there.
So, Ms. Julie, if we get information from the seller about the property and pass it along, is that still considered negligent misrepresentation?
Could be. You know, it depends, right? If the seller tells you something and your little red flag doesn't go up to call, remember the little red flag? So if your little red flag doesn't go up, then I mean, we can have to rely on what the seller tells it, right? I'm not going to stand there and accuse my seller of lying to me. Let's say, for example, you're at the listing appointment and you're going through your little checklist with the seller, getting ready to list their property. And you guys walk into the kitchen and you ask, are all the appliances in the kitchen working properly? And the seller says yes. Do I have any reason to question that? I mean, what am I going to do? Run over there and we'll see about that and turn the stove on, right? Turn the oven on. If the seller tells me, now, if the oven door is hanging on by a hinge, then I should have a little red flag go up. Yes. But if I can just stand in the kitchen and wow, everything looks like it's all right, I have to rely on what my seller tells me unless I have a little red flag go up. Okay. So let's see, I saw a question about negligent omission. I'm getting to that. So when you get information about the seller, about the property, okay, so we just addressed that. And I think I'm up to date. We're getting to omission next. And I very well may answer your question. Focus.
I have a question.
Yes.
So basically, is you giving information or a buyer asking you information, you just don't care to verify this information, basically?
It depends. Does your little red flag go up? If you have reason to question it, then you need to inspect it. You need to investigate. Okay. Do people lie? Of course they do. Can I stop my sellers and buyers from lying to me? Unfortunately, no. That's why we're constantly on the lookout for those little red flags. Again, if the kitchen appliances look okay, I'm not gonna, you know, whip out my bag of popcorn and we'll see if this built-in microwave works. You guys with me? If the seller says it works just fine and I have no reason to question it, let's see. Being misinformed would be the most common type of negligent misrepresentation. In this example, they are misinformed by the listing agent and the buyer's agent. The buyer's agent calls a listing agent. Shouldn't the buyer's agent had a little flag go up when the listing agent said, well, everybody else has a storage building? Well, first off, couldn't the buyer's agent found that information themselves? Couldn't they have pulled the covenants and seen that for themselves? So, you know, is it okay to call the listing agent? Of course it is. But you still need to be on the lookout for little red flags. And when the listing agent says some things like, well, everybody else has one, so I'm sure it's fine, I hope you have a little red flag go up. And that's what I'm trying to get through to you guys. You've got to pay attention to your little red flags when they pop up. Okay. So that's misrepresentation. Then we got willful omission. Willful omission. The licensee has actual knowledge of a material fact, but they deliberately fail to disclose. They know, and they kept their mouth shut. They know something was broke. They know a zoning change is on the table. They know something, but they kept their mouth shut. The licensee has actual knowledge, but they fail to disclose. Guys, when it comes to omission, we do not operate by a don't ask, don't tell, right? Once I know of a material fact, I have to disclose it regardless if I'm asked or not. Otherwise, if I know and I fail to disclose, it is willful omission.
Even
know.
if you are,
I'm
like
sorry?
if you, even if you are in opposite party,
We always have a duty to disclose material facts. Client and customer get material facts. If I may put that another way, I never have a reason not to disclose material facts. So a seller's agent is aware that the listed property has suffered extensive termite damage that is not easily detectable. Regardless of whether a prospective purchaser actually inquires about possible termite infestation or damage, the broker has a duty to disclose this material fact. Not doing so would be a willful omission. The agent knows that there's termite damage. Again, this is not a don't ask, don't tell scenario. I know there's termite damage. The seller told me. Do I have a duty to disclose that? Do I have to disclose the termite damage? Yes. Thank you for shaking your heads up. Yes. Thank you for the heads up. So in other words, you guys, I'm not waiting for a prospective buyer to say, I wonder if there's termite damage. You guys with me? Just because they don't specifically ask isn't my out. Willful omission says, well, agency says I have a duty to disclose material facts. So once I know, I have a duty to disclose it. Failure to, if I know and don't disclose, I'm guilty of willful omission. I purposely kept my mouth shut. I'm doing my open house on Sunday, and I'm secretly hoping and praying that nobody asks me about termite damage. That is willful omission. Everybody with me? I know, and I kept my mouth shut. Negligent omission, though, the licensee does not have actual knowledge, but should reasonably have known. There's that reasonable standards test again. The Real Estate Commission is going to ask, could the licensee have found out? Could the licensee have found out? Could they go on to NCDOT? Could they have gone to zoning? Could they have poked their head in the crawl space real quick? Could the I didn't say go into the crawl space, did I? I just saw lots of you get fear and terror on your face. Poke your head in the crawl space. Take your flashlight down there and poke your head in. Because that's what the Real Estate Commission is going to ask. Could they have found out? Sometimes, guys, all we have to do is ask questions. And when you ask questions, what do you document? Everything. So if I ask my seller questions and my seller lies, can I stop my seller from lying? Unfortunately, no. But I ask my seller a question, my seller lies, I'm going to document that. Unless I have a red flag go up, I don't have a need to further investigate it. Does that make sense? You got to pay attention to those red flags. Again, if you're at your listing appointment, you got your little checklist and you ask the seller if all kitchen appliances work, and they say, yeah, sure. And you know, the oven looks like it's been through it and back, and it's hanging, the door's like cockeyed, it's not even on straight. Are you going to have a flag go up? I sure as heck hope so, right? I mean, you may not know much about real estate, but you know how an oven looks, right? You know that the door should be on straight. We've got to look out for those little red flags. So a broker is viewing a house in February to list. The house is unusually cold, but the broker does not turn on the heat or ask about its condition. As it turns out, the heat pump is inoperable. The buyer buys without being informed. The heat pump does not work. The listing agent is guilty of negligent omission because they could have discovered. Could I have asked questions? Could I have sat in a listing appointment with my coat, my scarf, and my gloves on and go, brr, it's cold in here. Do you mind if we turn the heat on? Right? Could you have asked questions? Yeah. It doesn't prevent the seller from lying to me, but do I have documentation that I asked? Do I have documentation that I had a flag go up and I tried to investigate it? Evidently, this buyer didn't have a home inspection when they bought. We're going to talk about home inspections when we get into Unit 21. Home inspections are not required for most buyers. There may be an exception or two. But this agent could go down of negligent omission because they could have asked some questions. They could have found out. Again, pages 144 through 146 are what I call the big four. The big four, the willful omission, negligent omission, willful misrepresentation, negligent misrepresentation. And the big four are the ones that revolve around mishandling material facts. So let's go back to the basics for 1 second. How do I mishandle a material fact? I either lie about it or I keep my mouth shut. I either lie about it or I keep my mouth shut. And both of those acts I'm either doing on purpose or unintentionally, willful or negligent. So let me go back. I see a couple questions. So when we get, let's see. So negligent omission would be when you unintentionally keep your mouth shut. Yes. About a material fact. Again, the big four revolve around material facts. Okay, how are we mishandling material facts? If you didn't know about something and you didn't say anything at all because you didn't know, absolutely would be omission. I omitted the material fact. I kept my mouth shut. When we come back from break, I got another source I will share with you guys. The big four. We have spent a lot of time talking about things that are considered material facts in North Carolina. Not everything is a material fact. Some things are not a material fact. One thing that is not a material fact in North Carolina are stigmatized properties. The haunted house on the block. The fact that the property may be haunted, the fact that somebody might have died there, the fact that it might have been a site of a major crime, major conviction, that is not a material fact. This is what I mean. I don't have to volunteer the information. I don't have to put in my MLS remarks, the previous owner died in the living room, okay? I don't have to volunteer that information. You guys do your heads one way or the other. If I'm asked, did somebody ever die in this house? Can I lie about it? Can I lie? Thank you. I never have an excuse to lie, do I? If some of you are in that habit and you like lying, I need you to shake it before you get your license, because there's never a reason for me to lie. So what I'm saying is it's not a material fact, which means I don't have to volunteer it. I don't have to put that information out. But if I'm asked, I can't lie about it. And let me ask you guys, is I don't know an honest answer? If you don't know, this very well may be the very first time you've ever been in this house, right? Maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe it's you're selling for somebody that you know, and you know for a fact that somebody died in the living room. You don't have to volunteer it. If you do know that somebody died in the house and you're asked, you still don't have to disclose it. You can say, North Carolina state law says that's not a material fact and I don't have to disclose it. It's not a material fact. Guys, you will get asked. You will not work with many buyers before you walk in the front door and a buyer says, did somebody die in this house? It's a very common question. And think about this. Let's just pretend you did know the family that's selling it and you knew nobody died while they owned it. What about the family before them and the family before them and the family before them? So if you say, nobody ever died in this house, because maybe that's your sister and her family, you guys with me? All you know is that nobody died in that house while your sister owned it. You can't attest for the families before unless you can. There is an exception to this rule. If you are ever asked, did somebody ever occupy this home? I'm getting there, you guys. Did somebody ever occupy this home that had AIDS or HIV? Your answer is always federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that. Let's write that down as I speak. Federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that. Federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that. Those with AIDS and HIV are protected under fair housing's protected class of handicap and disability. Unit 19 is dedicated to federal fair housing. We're going to spend all of Unit 19 talking about fair housing. We will revisit this again. A question comes in, can I say not that I'm aware of? Is that the truth? So if you're not aware, I mean, not for AIDS or HIV, but we're back to, I apologize. We're back to, did somebody die in this house? If you say not that I'm aware of, that's just got to be the truthful answer. You can respond, but you can't lie. You can't lie. Guys, we've had crimes here in the Triad all across the state. Sometimes they make national news. Yes, it's kind of hard to hide some crimes. It's kind of hard to hide some stigmatized properties. You can choose to disclose it if you and your sellers want to, but you don't have to because it's not a material fact. So if someone was murdered, it's something we don't have to disclose. That's right, because it is not a material fact. Another thing that is not a material fact in North Carolina is the presence of convicted sex offenders nearby. First off, please note the word convicted. Unfortunately, not all sex offenders are caught yet, are they? All we know about, all I'm aware of, are those that are convicted. This is not an uncommon question for buyers with children to ask. Are there any sex offenders nearby? And when it comes to this one, I'm a huge fan of being the source of the source. So what do I mean by that? When my buyers ask me if there are any sex offenders nearby, I send them to the North Carolina Sex Offender Registry website and let them do their investigations. But I send them with caveats. First off, not all sex offenders are caught yet. The only ones that show up on the sex offenders registry are going to be those that are caught, right? The other caveat I send my buyers with, you may not have a convicted sex offender that lives nearby today, but that doesn't prevent one from moving in tomorrow. Megan's Law requires convicted sex offenders to register their home address. So they are required by law to update that information when they move. Honestly, I don't know how long it takes the registry to update. You guys with me? I don't know what those timelines are. So again, when I'm asked, I don't have to volunteer the information. When I'm asked, I can choose not to answer. I can say North Carolina, it's not a material fact, and I don't have to answer. I think a better response is, why don't you go to North Carolina Sex Offender Registry website and check it out? Let them do their research, the source of the source. What happens if the buyer or seller is convicted and I find out? It's still not a material fact, is it? Do they have to disclose of purchasing? Not that I know of. The only thing I'm aware of Megan's Law is that they have to register their current address. Do we have a list of websites we use as an agent? No, but your firm probably will. Your firm is gonna, that's part of your training with your firm is where do we go? How do I get all this information? So in North Carolina, this isn't the case with all states, you guys. I was working with a buyer once that was coming from another state, and I honestly don't remember what. And we walked in the front door and we got that little, have you ever walked in the front door of a house? If not, you will. And the teeny tiny little hairs on the back of your neck stand straight up. Whew, I don't know what happened in that house, but oh my goodness. So we've walked in the front door and had that, listen, I just gave myself a chill just thinking about it. So you walk in the front door and you have that feeling and they look at you and say, oh my God, did somebody die in here? Even though everything about your body is screaming the juju in this house might be a little off. Do you know? Do those little goosebumps tell you? They don't tell you nothing, right? We don't have to disclose this. So anyway, buyers coming from another state, we walked in the front door, we both got that. And he looked at me and says, did somebody die? I said, I honestly don't. You have to tell me that. Whoa, simmer down there, son. I don't have to tell you anything because in North Carolina, that's not a material fact. Thank you for listening. Okay. All right, everybody with me? Stigmatized property, convicted sex offenders nearby are not a material fact. I can choose to disclose. I don't have to. I can choose to. I can't lie. Maybe my honest answer is North Carolina state law says I don't have to disclose that information. Maybe that's your honest answer. Okay. How are we? We're good? All right, I need coffee. So let's take 10. And when we come back, we're going to keep going in order in Unit 7. We're back. Camera's on. Take attendance in just a second. Let me see how we're doing camera wise. All right. So we're taking attendance. Before we continue, well, first off, we talked about the big four: willful, negligent, omissions, and misrepresentations. And you saw examples in your book. I want to take just a minute and introduce you guys to license law and commission rule. Now, Appendix A of your textbook is license law and commission rule. And Appendix A starts on page 569. The first section, you don't get too bogged down on this. The first section is license law. The second section is commission rule. If you will skip ahead to page 707. 707 is, to me, the important piece. Have y'all ever sat down and tried to read law before? Boring. So what I like, and thank you guys for telling me that you're back. If you missed attendance, thank you for telling me you're back. What I like on page 707 is it gives us the law and rule comments. So it takes the hard to read law and it takes the hard to read rule and it breaks it down. It makes it more readable. I also want you guys to know what you have in your textbook. Not everything may be current. We've had some changes since they printed your textbook. So if you guys will look at your screen, and if you look in Learn, Test, Pass, under the Welcome section, I have Appendix A in here, but it's the current, it's the most recent, March of 2022. I know some of you like to read in the book, you want to touch pages when you flip, I get that. Some of you don't mind looking online. If you can look at this online, I would prefer you to do so, because this is where the current is. If you look in your book, just know that when we get to this section, you may hear something different than what's in your book. Do I have everybody so far? There's not many changes, but I need to teach from the current to make sure you guys get. So if you're in license, or if you're in Learn, Test, Pass, the North Carolina License Law and Commission Rule, the comments, and I thought I wrote this down earlier, yeah, the comments actually start, we're getting there. The comments actually start on page 106. So if you want what's current, y'all write down 106 of law and rules that's in Learn, Test, Pass. I would like you guys to start putting the comments. Does everybody see where it says comments? We're commenting on license law. We're commenting on commission rule. To me, this is an easier read than sitting down and reading law. Personal opinion. If you enjoy reading law, go nuts. I need you guys to start putting this section, may it be a 106 or 707, whichever. I need you guys to start reading this section, break it down into pieces, you know, do it in 10-minute increments or section at a time. I don't know that sitting down and trying to do it in one sitting is gonna be easy. So that's why I suggest that you break it down. Question comes in, how much do you need to know about the comments? Everything. This is the last thing that we're going to cover in this class is license law and commission rule, which is why I'm introducing it to you now. So you can start looking ahead, so you can start reading. I will talk about everything in the comments. There's some other stuff that you need to know that's not in the comments, but we will cover it. My only other option is to have you tell you to read these 128 pages or whatever's in your textbook in Appendix A. And I know from experience that that ain't going to happen. So if we can compromise, the commission thinks you should read the whole thing. I'm asking you guys just to read the comments. Is that a good compromise? Is that fair? And just rest assured, anything that's not covered in the comments that we will cover. So why do I bring this up now? If we look ahead at the comments, and again, you guys are reading this, and we'll talk about it. When we scroll ahead, and I look on page 109. 109 starts talking about prohibited acts by licensees. It gives us another explanation of misrepresentation or omission. I'm on 109 in here. It talks about material facts. It explains material facts. And then it tells you things that aren't. So here's our death or serious illness, convicted sex offenders. And then on page 110, it gives you willful misrepresentation and negligent and willful omission and negligent omission. The thing I like about these is it gives you even additional examples. So you have examples back in unit 7, plus you have examples here in this comment section. So if you want to start with this, right, eventually you're reading the whole thing, right? So if you want to start with this, because that's fresh, that's what we're talking about. And these examples are different than what you have in your textbook in unit 7. So again, there's negligent misrepresentation with examples, willful omission with examples, negligent omission with examples. So it just gives you a little further explanation. Again, you guys remember, you're going to have a test question and it's going to give you a scenario. And based on the information, you need to identify which of the big 4 the broker is guilty of. So I think looking at the examples, you guys have been put on notice. These comments are, so that's the last thing we talk about in this class. I'm going to go back to the syllabus, or not the syllabus, but the schedule for 1 second. You guys see down here, August 23rd, license law and commission rule. The bulk of that is the comments. Again, there's stuff not covered, but trust me, we'll cover it. Do y'all know that old, what's that old expression? How do you eat an elephant? Y'all know the answer to that? How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time, right? So ladies and gentlemen, this is your elephant. Please, please break it down into sections. You'll retain it better. Anything under license law and commission rule is a good candidate for the state section of both of your exams, state specific material. So again, you're either in your book on page 707 with some outdated information, just be prepared to hear something new. If you want the current, I would think you guys would want the current. And of course, we make that available in Learn, Test, Pass, and that starts on page 106. Questions?
Comments, are they highlighted in gray or something? Or is it the whole thing?
The whole thing is the comments. So I need you to start reading, starting on page 106, and read it to the end. Okay. Everybody good? Is anybody good? Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Back to unit 7. We've talked about things that are material facts. We've talked about things that are not material facts. Remember our focus. So let's have, when it comes to these material facts, let's just break it down and talk about what this means for the broker. I don't know another way to put this, you guys. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. To who? To everybody. Doesn't the client get the disclosure material facts per old car? Yes. Doesn't the customer get the disclosure material facts? What do I owe my customer? Let's go through this together. Honesty, fairness, And what? The disclosure of material facts. I always have a reason. I always disclose material facts. There's never a reason for me not to. I, as the broker, cannot avoid responsibility by using disclaimers. I can't avoid responsibility by saying something like, you know, look this up for yourself, right? I can't pass that off to the consumer. Why? Because I always have a duty to disclose material facts. And as we've been talking about, we just need to be on the lookout for red flags. Whenever you have a red flag go up, that should prompt you to investigate, to ask questions, to encourage your buyer to inspect. My job is to disclose. Everybody please note this. My job is not to dissect. My job is not to dig a little deeper and figure out why that water stain's on the ceiling. My job is to say, ooh, there's a water stain on the ceiling. And when the buyer said, what causes that? Well, I suggest you talk to a roofer or a plumber or whatever's above the ceiling. Does that make sense? My job is to disclose, help them see things that they're not seeing. I'm not a roofer. I can't tell you that the roof is leaking. I'm not a plumber. I'm not an electrician. I'm not a general contractor. I am just a real estate agent. We've got to stay in our lane. Over on page 147, it lists additional duties. We're going to go through these pretty quickly because we see these in license law and commission rule as well. They're in the comments. So when you guys start reading the comments, you're going to see these additional duties with examples. That's in the comments that we just looked at after the misrepresentation and omission discussion. So we're going to go through these pretty quickly now, knowing that we're going to revisit them when we get to license law and commission rule. Which, by the way, you guys, rhetorical question for you. If I'm talking about it in class in 2 different sections and your book has it in 2 different sections, what does that tell you? Is it kind of important? I hope that means something to you. There's a reason we're talking about this stuff twice. Okay. So additional duties. These are things outside of material facts. Remember, the big 4 are about material facts. But in addition to the big 4, there are other things that I can't do. One thing I can't do is make false promises. I cannot make a false promise likely to influence, persuade, or induce somebody to make a decision. If you tell somebody you're going to do it, do it. And these false promises can't be made through other agents or advertising, promotions, communications, conversations. If you're going to tell somebody you're going to do it, if you're telling somebody you're going to do it, then do it. Remember earlier when I said that you can look at somebody and say, I don't know, let me get back to you? That's perfectly acceptable as long as you plan to get back to them. If you have no intentions of getting back to them whatsoever, then just say, I don't know, and stop talking. If you say, I'm going to get back to you, aren't you telling them, aren't you kind of promising them that you are? So if you have no intentions of getting back to them, then just stop talking. So I'm not allowed to make false promises. I always have a duty to avoid a conflict of interest. These are just some examples of conflict of interest, again, that we will talk about. So I'm not going to get too in depth about these right now. You got examples in license law and commission rule. We're actually going to talk about undisclosed dual agency later today. So please bear with me. Self-dealing. Remember what old car says. Whose best interest do I have? Is it Julie's best interest? No, it's my client's. So if I act with my best interest, that could be seen as self-dealing. That's a conflict of interest that I have to avoid. And then representing another broker without consent is a conflict of interest. As a full broker, once you drop your provisional status, you're a full broker. And as a full broker, you can be duly affiliated. Maybe you have your real estate license hung in a firm in the mountains, and you have your real estate license hung in a firm at the beach. You can do that as long as you have consent from both brokers. Both firms need to know that you're duly affiliated. Again, we'll talk more about this when we look at the examples in the comments. I need to properly account for funds. We're going to talk about a trust account and an escrow account. When we get into the comments, you will see that since you guys are looking ahead, reading ahead at those pages. So we need to properly account for other people's money. That's money that's in a trust account, other people's money. We have to act competently. We have to avoid improper conduct. Man, they do not let us have any fun, do they? I can't lie. I can't not act competently. I can't. We have this duty to our clients. Do y'all think your clients are familiar with the terms and the verbiage of our agency agreements? Are your clients familiar with the sales contracts? Are your clients familiar with the forms that we use every day to create their legally binding relationship? No, they rely on us. So when we're having conversations with them, we need to make sure that we're acting competently. We need to avoid improper conduct. Again, examples on all of these are in the comments. We have a duty to deliver instruments 3 days from execution. So first off, let's talk about what the heck an instrument is. An instrument is just any document related to this transaction. So it's going to start with our signed agency agreements, our agency disclosure, and our agreements. Hopefully, at one point, we'll have a signed and executed sales contract. And then fingers crossed, one day we'll have executed closing documents. Each stage of the transaction, if you will, we need to send copies of those signed documents to our clients. And we have to do so within 3 days. And guys, I'm going to be really honest with you. I have a hard time understanding why somebody needs 3 days to send an email with a PDF attachment. It's just that simple. Hey, Mr. Seller, here's our signed agency agreement. I look forward to working with you. Have a nice day. Did that take me 3 days? If so, you may want to take a typing class or something, right? It shouldn't take us that long. There are some agents out there that think that if they wait till the end of the transaction and then just send everything, but license law and commission rule says that we have to deliver within 3 days from execution. General rule of thumb, if they sign it, they deserve a copy of it. Put yourself, you're a consumer, put yourself in the consumer's shoes. If you sign it, don't you want a copy of it? So we have a duty to make sure that we get them a copy. And let me ask you guys something, and you can shake your head one way or the other. Are you going to document that sent email? Are you going to document that sent email? Everybody shake your head yes. Why? Because we document what? Everything. So you document that sent email, you go into your sent folder and you mark it for that transaction file. This is for 123 Main Street. And now you have a date and a time stamp that shows what time you sent that email. Also, please note that it says deliver. My job is to deliver. What they do with it when they get it, it's not on me, is it? My job is to deliver it. That's what I need to prove. If they want to delete it, if they want to print it out and throw it away, I don't care. My job is to deliver it. There is one exception to this rule. The exception to this rule is when I'm delivering offers to my seller. When I deliver offers to my seller, I'm doing that immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. You're working with a seller, you get an offer in your hand, When do we deliver that offer to our seller? Immediately, but in no event later than 3 days. The 3 days is not on page 147. We're going to talk more about this when we get to license law and commission rule comments. I'm on page 147, the additional duties. Let's see. If we need a response from the client, how long should we wait? And there's, unfortunately, the client's not held to license law and commission rule, are they? So what kind of rules do they have to follow? Not many. So if they sign on the 26th, good question. So if they sign on the 26th, anytime you count days, day one is always the next day. So today's the 26th, right? What is today? Tuesday. So if you get this signed today, Wednesday is day one, Thursday is day two, Friday is day three. So if you get this signed today, you have the whole way until Friday at 11:59 p.m. to send an email with a PDF attachment. Can we handle this? Good. Another additional duty is disclosure of commissions, referral fees, and kickbacks. We're going to talk more about this when we get into our agency agreements. We're going to talk about how we figure out our commission with our buyers and sellers, how we determine how and when we get paid. If we're going to make more than what's agreed upon in our agency agreement, then I have to disclose. Somebody said you thought kickbacks were illegal. Not necessarily. Again, we'll talk more about this. We're going to talk about something called RESPA. There's another new word for you. We'll see that in Unit 21. Please don't get too far ahead of me. So we'll see that in Unit 21. What we need to understand right now, if I'm going to make more than what's agreed to in my agency agreement, then I have to disclose it. And we will talk more about this when we get into 21, license law and commission rule. We're getting there. The other thing I want to point out on page 147 is the in practice. Just make yourself a little note to look at that. We do have errors and omissions. Your firm will probably provide you with E&O insurance. Think of E&O insurance as like medical malpractice. Right? It's there in case something goes wrong that wasn't your fault. E&O is not going to cover you if you intentionally did something, but we are covered. We have medical malpractice. Again, all these additional duties we'll see again. You guys can start looking at them right now with well, not right now, but after 1 o'clock with examples in the comments. So, gee, Julie, what's the big deal? What if I make a false promise? What if I act improperly? What if I receive additional money that I don't disclose to my client? What is the big deal? Well, you could face disciplinary action by the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. The injured party can sue you. They could bring a civil action to you. The district attorney could bring criminal prosecution. Or you could be liable. Let me rephrase that. Your principal could be liable for your misconduct. So somebody asked earlier, what if my seller lies, right? And I don't have any red flags that go up. If the buyer sues the seller after closing, the buyer sues the seller, the principal may be held liable for our actions. I think that one's going to be awfully hard to prove. So I don't want you guys to ignore your little red flags because, well, the principal is going to be liable for that anyway. That's going to be tough to prove. One thing they're going to ask you is, could you have found out? Remember that reasonable standards test. Could you have found out? Could you have known? Could you have asked some questions and investigated and found out? We'll talk a little bit more about the principal in just a second. So let's talk about the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. They are not going to fine you. The North Carolina Real Estate Commission is a licensing governing body, which means the Real Estate Commission regulates your license. So if you get yourself in trouble with the commission, you're not paying a fine, you're having your license disciplined. Maybe they'll suspend it for 6 months or 2 years. Maybe they'll revoke your license. Each disciplinary action is handled on a case-by-case scenario. And bottom line for the Real Estate Commission, it comes down to how badly did you harm my public? Keep in mind, the public could hire an attorney and sue you. Yes, that's where you get fined. It's not from the Real Estate Commission, it's from the courts. So if you do bad, if you harm the public, your buyers or sellers, they can come after you. They can sue you. They can file a report at the Real Estate Commission. If they file a complaint at the Real Estate Commission, the Real Estate Commission will send you what's known as a letter of inquiry. When you get the letter of inquiry, you're not in trouble yet. The letter of inquiry is your opportunity to respond to the complaint. A complaint has been filed, the Real Estate Commission notifies you, and you have a chance to respond to prove that you did or did not do whatever you're being accused of. Your response is your documentation. Guys, you're not going to be able to pick up the phone and call the commission and say, I didn't do it. How do you prove you didn't do it? You have your documentation. They're going to ask you for your agency agreement. If you have email correspondence that supports your stance, text correspondence, those kind of things. I'll give you an example in just a second. So the Real Estate Commission will discipline your action. There's only one time that the Real Estate Commission will get involved with matters of money. Only one time that the commission can fine a licensee. Does anybody remember what that one time is? Only one time.
Timeshares.
Timeshares, that's right. That's the only time the Real Estate Commission can fine a licensee. So unless you're going into the timeshare, you don't have to worry about being fined for the Real Estate Commission. You just have to worry about being fined by the courts. I don't want to scare you guys, but I hope I'm putting a little bit of fear in you, because this goes back to why it's so important that we understand this stuff, why this is so important that we get good training, we get good education. I'm trying to position yourself to keep you guys out of trouble. I don't want you to have a disciplinary action. I always feel like my job is twofold. One, help you get the information you need to pass both exams so you can get your license. But two, help you keep your license once you get them. Okay, and how do you do that? You follow license law and commission rule. Have I done an okay job about promoting the importance of license law and commission rule? Have you heard the passion and the oomph in my voice that you guys are going to make a note to go read those comments? Because it's important. I'm trying to help you get your license, and I'm trying to help keep you out of trouble once you do get licensed. So let me see, I got a couple questions. Somebody, example of how we can earn additional money that we need to disclose: a referral fee or a kickback. That would be an example of additional money that we'll talk about. I hear doctors get sued all the time. They do, even when they try their best and things still go wrong. It happens, doesn't it? Sometimes it happens. There's another 4-letter word that I prefer to use there, but we're recording and I'm not. So it happens. How can you protect yourself if you get a complaint? You have your documentation. For an example, I had a coworker appear the end of last year, 2021, I guess. I don't know, sometime recently. And she had buyers. She was working with buyers that were buying a house, and they were cash buyers. And one thing we learn when we start talking about financing is that the appraisal is only required when we're using a lender. So does a cash buyer have to have an appraisal done? No. Could they choose to have one done? Of course, but there's no requirement. So her cash buyers waived the appraisal. They had some questions about value, and she said, you can order an appraisal. And they said, no, 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 we're going to save some money. We're going to waive the appraisal. We went to closing. The buyers felt they overpaid for that house. So you know who they went after first? Her. They filed a complaint down at the commission. She got the letter of inquiry. That's never a good feeling. She got the letter of inquiry. She responded. That whole conversation about not needing an appraisal went down via text. So she had her text messages with date and time stamp where they said no. And she had another form that they actually initialed that they waived the appraisal. She had her documentation. If she didn't have that, what did she have? Nothing. So she gathered her documentation, responded to the letter of inquiry, and the very next thing she heard from the real estate commission was, thank you for your cooperation. This matter's been closed. Have a nice day. How did she keep herself out of trouble? She had her documentation. See why I'm trying to get you guys to document everything? Everything. I'm trying to keep you out of trouble once you do have your license. I can't remember if I mentioned this or not. I apologize if I did. I have an app on my phone that's called Text to Email. Go to your Play Store after class. Please don't go now. But either your Google Play or your iPhone store and just search Text to Email. And what my app does is it takes a text message and it converts it to a PDF with date and time stamp that I can upload into my transaction file. It doesn't do emojis. It only does text, but text to email. And you can search your stores after class, please. Do firms typically have an attorney in-house for protection? Not really. We have preferred attorneys that we use. You'll get to form those relationships. Having a preferred attorney on speed dial is not a bad thing. So you'll form those relationships and you'll have an attorney or two that you like to use. Well, thank you. That's nice. Looks like you're restarting. Yep. Guys, the real estate commission, as I mentioned earlier, the real estate commission, they're also human. They're real people. Back in the day, I've shook some of their hands when we were allowed to shake hands still, right? I've met them before. They're people. And so they do understand that going into these, you know, sometimes in what we're trying to avoid is a he said, she said scenario. Do you know how far he said, she said makes it in a court of law or to the real estate commission? It doesn't go far at all, does it? So by having our documentation, somebody asked if I ever recorded my calls. No, because you can't record audio without the other person's permission. But to your point, Aisha, if I do, if anytime I'm having a verbal conversation with somebody of substance, maybe it's on the phone, maybe it's face to face. If I discuss something important, I go home and follow it up with an email talking about per our conversation, blah, 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 blah. So that's how I document those conversations. And then I hit send, and now I have a sent email. Somebody asked about a business phone number. That's entirely up to you. Entirely up to you. Do you want two phones to keep up with? Y'all want to know the truly scary thing about the disciplinary action by the real estate commission? Like getting your license revoked or suspended isn't bad enough, right? They're going to kick you when you're down. What do I mean by this? I also would like to introduce you guys to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's website. It's a public page that you guys can access, ncrec.gov, or you can just Google North Carolina Real Estate Commission. There's a plethora of good information on here. Remember, their main purpose is to protect the public. And one way that they can protect the public by educating the public, providing publications and resources, that kind of thing. So it's a great tool. I promote this much more highly in post-licensing than I do in pre, because I still need you guys to stay focused, right? I don't need you guys studying this website just yet. I need you to worry about your goals and passing your state exam first. But I do want to point this out to you. So if we're on the Real Estate Commission's homepage, and we scroll down, down, the Real Estate Commission once a month publishes an e-bulletin. Now they will email this to you once you get your license. You'll get this email first of the month. And then they put them online to make available for the public. So let's just look at our July 22, our most recent e-bulletin. And you can see it introduces your commission members to you. And then there's always some good featured articles. This is a good opportunity for the commission to get information out to us. They're very relevant, very important. So again, once you get your license and you start paying it and you start, practicing, pay attention to your email because you're going to get these e-bulletins sent to you. And then I scroll down and I have a tab called Disciplinary Actions. Y'all ready for what you're about to see? Not only can they suspend or revoke your license, they also make that information available to the public. They're going to print it in your local newspaper, and they're going to make it available on the e-bulletin. So if you're not worried about having your license being taken away, be worried about having your name splattered all over the disciplinary action. Really, if this doesn't make you want to, there's your name, where you're from, what you did, how long you lost your license. And I was looking at this morning, and I just want to point out, fail to fully disclose material facts. Did not disclose the permit status, talking about a septic. Isn't this stuff kind of relevant to what we're talking about right now? Why should you disclose material facts? Because I don't want to see you guys in the e-bulletin. Fair enough. There was another one. Fail to verify the property's septic permit. Remember, we talked about only advertising the number of bedrooms. That was a disciplinary action. Fully disclose these material facts to buyer too. Kind of relevant, isn't it? So, again, you guys have this information. You're welcome to go look at it. ncrec.gov, disciplinary, or what, e-bulletin, disciplinary action. Y'all just don't spend all your study time reading disciplinary actions, but I think it helps drive it home. I think it helps bring it home. And again, I'm not trying to scare you guys, but I don't know, maybe I am a little bit, because I want you to see that this stuff that we're talking about in pre-licensing is awfully real, isn't it? It's very real. It's very relevant. And this takes me back to my conversation at 9 o'clock this morning about the importance of getting further training and further education once you get your license. Please don't think that this and post-licensing is it. I need everybody to wrap your brain around the fact right now that this is only the beginning. This is a continuously evolving and changing industry. Training is ongoing. Education is ongoing for the rest of your career. Y'all gonna come back on Thursday? Okay, good, good. It's real. It's very real. By the way, if the public wants to file a complaint, bam, there's a button on the home page. They make it pretty easy to file a complaint, don't they? Again, the Real Estate Commission understands, y'all, Yelp has made us all online critics, right? So sometimes they get complaints, I didn't like the color of Julie's shirt. Okay, that's not a violation of license law and commission. So just because a complaint is filed doesn't mean you're going to get the letter of inquiry. They're first going to make sure it's a violation. Y'all want to hear one of the biggest complaints the commission's gotten in the last couple of years? Agents cussing their clients out. Come on, y'all. We got to be the professionals. Are they going to do things that are going to make us mad? Yep. You're working with the public. If you've never worked with the public before, you're getting ready to, to learn. But we are the professionals here. Are there other ways that we can handle cussing them out? And by the way, if you do insist on cussing somebody out, do it verbally. Don't do it in an email or a text, because you know what they have now? Documentation. So if you have to do it, call them. Then it's a he said, she said. I'm just kidding. Don't ever cuss anybody out. That's been the biggest complaint the last couple of years. Isn't that something? Always remember that we are the professionals in this situation. All right, I'm going to address some chat. And then we're going to take a break, and then we're getting back into unit 7. So business phone, again, that's a preference thing. Looks like you're back now. Welcome back. It is intense. Good. Yes, I have seen people I know, names I know. I saw a former pre-licensing student in there once. I knew I arrived when. I said, come on, man, we talked about this stuff. And somebody said most were about disclosing information. In this article, there were. You also see a lot of other things as well. So any violation of license law and commission rule, if found guilty, you could wind up in the back of the bullet or the e-bulletin. That's right. You can record as long as you have permission. We're going to talk about recording actually when we look at our listing agreement. So we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay. So what's the big deal? You could lose your license. You could be fined by the courts. They could put an injunction on you. An injunction is a legal stop. If the judge tells you not to practice real estate while they're investigating, you're not practicing real estate while you're investigating. Let's keep ourselves out of trouble. Fair? All right. Let's take our break. We come back, we're getting back into unit 7. We keep going. Did we come back? Thank you guys for coming back. Hopefully I woke you up a little bit, right? All right. She's got her drink. I'm not going to ask what's in it. Protein shake, right? All right. So you guys know when I do an evening pre-licensing class, like the first of the year, and past experience, I have to have that conversation with my night students about avoiding the after dinner cocktail in class, because I've been there before and, you know, dude shows up with his beer. I'm like, yeah. So there's all sorts of benefits being at home in there. All right. So let's take attendance. Cameras are on and I can see you. And we've spent a lot of time talking about what we, the agent, owe the principal and the client. Yes, so we've talked about CAR, and with our customers, we owe honesty and fairness and the disclosure of material facts. But let's switch gears just a bit and talk about what the principal owes us. So when we get into our contract units, we're going to learn that most of the documents that we deal with are bilateral contracts. In contract speak, the word lateral means side. So if you have a bilateral contract, you have two sides, right? Both sides owe duties and obligations to each other. Again, we'll see that word when we get into Unit 10. So our agency agreements are bilateral contracts. There's duties and responsibilities that I owe my principal. And guess what? There are duties and responsibilities that my principal owes me. It's a two-way street. So the principal's duties to me, they need to act in good faith. They can't prohibit me from trying to do my job. What's my job? Well, if it's a listing agreement, I'm trying to sell their house. If it's a buyer's agency agreement, I'm trying to help them buy a house. Let's say, for example, you have a listing and your seller never allows showings. They decline every single showing request. Is it going to be awfully hard for me to sell your house if you won't let anybody in the front door? That would be them acting in faith. Now, guys, come on. We know we got all sorts of other things going on out there, like COVID, for example. If my seller gets sick and says we have COVID, you know, can you not allow showings for the next 5 days? Is that a reasonable request? Of course, buyers don't want to go in that house right now anyway, right? So there is reason. Occasionally you'll get the seller, for example, with a new baby. And maybe nap time is from 1 to 3 every day. So can we say no showings from 1 to 3 so the poor baby can take it out? Of course, but I need them to allow showings from 9 to 12:30 and 3 to 8 or 9 o'clock, right? Has anybody ever sold a house before? Has anybody ever sold a house? A couple of you? It's a full-time job, isn't it? Because you got to be show ready at all times. You can't not make your bed. You can't not put up your breakfast bowl, right? You got to be show ready at all times. And it's a full-time job. And have these conversations with your seller. We need it to be show ready. Please don't tell me that you are, well, I'm at work and I forgot to make the bed. So instead of 2, can we have a showing at 4? Right? If a buyer wants to see your house, they should be able to get in and see your house. And that's what we mean by acting in good faith. Yeah, that's right. Mom needs a nap. The other, can an agent sue other agent for stealing their, well, you can sue anybody for anything, right? All you got to do is call an attorney. I can't tell you how far you're going to get, but can you sue them? Sure. You can sue anybody for anything. Call your attorney. The other duty that the principal owes us is to pay us. Am I not doing a job? Am I not being hired to do a job? And when I complete that job, don't I deserve to be paid? Everybody please adamantly shake your head yes. All of our agency agreements discuss how and when I expect to get paid. Our listing agreement, our buyer's agency agreement, our property management agreement, if you enter into an agreement, a tenant relationship, they all list how I expect to be paid. That's what they owe me. You hire me to do a job. Once I perform that job, I deserve to be paid. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into, we're going to talk about that when we get into our agency agreements. So please hang tight on that for now. The principal also owes duties to the third party. The third party in this case is the buyer. For example, let's say the seller hires you to list and sell their house. There are duties that that seller owes the buyer. Does the seller, are they obligated to do any repairs? Do they have to fix anything? No. Does the seller have to disclose anything? No, they don't have to disclose. They don't have to repair. So what do? Well, they can't lie. Nobody is ever allowed to lie. While the seller has no obligation to disclose, we only have to because of license law and commission rule. The seller has no obligation to fix anything. Remember, caveat emptor. The only obligation the seller has is to not lie. They may be held liable to the buyer if it's found out, for example, after closing that they lied. The buyer would have to hire an attorney and go after them in a court of law. It happens. I don't know that it happens often because of our state, because of caveat emptor. But if the buyer can prove that the seller lied, they may have a case on their hand. Why is this important to us? After closing, when your buyer calls you and they're in their brand new house and they say, the seller told me this and that, but it's not the case, your response is, you need to contact your attorney because I cannot give legal advice. So when your buyer's upset after closing and they call you, what do? You need to contact your attorney. Okay. So they can be liable for fraudulent misrepresentation. Isn't that just a fancy way of saying lying? They just can't lie. So what happens if the principal does violate their duties? May it be to us or to the third parties? Again, like we said, they could be subject to civil lawsuit, criminal prosecution. That would be up to the courts. And the principal may, and I need to stress the word may, be held responsible for our misconduct. Again, we would have to prove that we didn't have any flags go up. We would have to prove that we didn't ever have a reason to ask or investigate. Does that make sense? We would have to prove. And how do we prove that? Document. Guys, these things are tethered to us anyway. Do you go far without this thing? Unfortunately not. And when you get into real estate, it stays a little closer to you. So, you know, if you see a defect in the home, why not snap a picture of it, right? If you see something that causes a flag, why not? What can it hurt, right? It could, I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I'm not a judge, but maybe it would help you in the long run if necessary. Bottom of page 148, we just briefly mentioned Unfair or Deceptive Trade Practices Act. This applies to brokers. This applies to for sale by owners, maybe investors, I should say, that do this on a regular basis. If you get somebody that sells a house every once in a while, then they're not going to be held to the Unfair or Deceptive Trade Practices Act. But they're an investor and they sell homes on a regular basis, they could be held to this. And basically it says the injured party could get up to treble the damages. What does treble mean? You take the damages and you times it by 3. So that could be a result. I just put it in there because Well, I have it in here. It's right here. So we can see that word. Agent's misconduct, a tort. Guys, please remember, this class follows the syllabus. The Real Estate Commission says if it's in the syllabus, it's a good candidate for your state exam. So if we're talking about it, I would suggest knowing about it. Fair enough? All right. 149, we're going to talk about classification of agency relationship. We're starting to get into the different ways we can practice agency. And 149, that classification of agency relationship, I need you guys to highlight it, star it, dog ear it, put a big arrow to it and say this right here. These different classifications tend to be problem topics. So I need you to make yourself a big note to review these after we discuss. I need yourself to make a big note to do flashcards on these. The first classification of agency relationship that we have is the universal agent. This is full power to act on behalf of a person. Full power, financial, medical, decision-making. This is everything. An example of a universal agent outside of real estate would be me getting full power of attorney over my parents. When they reach that certain stage of their life and they can't make decisions anymore, I could become a universal agent for them. That's an example outside of real estate. Inside real estate, the universal agent is the unicorn. How often do we see unicorns? Unfortunately, never. I need you guys to think about this. Is somebody, and let me ask you, the agency relationship is between the principal and whom? The principal and the firm. Is anybody in their right mind going to give full power of attorney to, for example, Keller Williams? Would you give medical and financial rights to Alan Tate? Would you? No. Do we see why it's never going to happen in real estate? Again, outside of real estate, can I have full power of attorney for my mom and dad? Of course. But we're talking about the agency relationship. So the universal agent is the unicorn when we're talking about agency relationships. Okay. The universal agent has full power. The general agent has some power. The general agent has some power to act on behalf of a person. The general agent has some power to make decisions. Yes, and that's the example we just gave. Me being a universal agent have full power of attorney over my parents. That's outside of real estate. The general agent has some. No, it's the unicorn for real estate. The general agent has some power. Examples of the agency relationships that have some power. The property manager has some power. The relationship between the owner and the property manager is that of a general agent. I got a whole unit dedicated to the property manager. We'll talk all about that in Unit 12. But let's just look at the big picture. You hire me to manage your property. You have a couple investment properties and you call me and say, Julie, will you be a property manager? And I say, of course, and we enter into an agency agreement. As your property manager, do you want me calling you over every single thing? Hey, this broke, should I fix it? Hey, we need to do this, should I do? Hey, at some point, aren't you going to wonder, what the heck am I paying her for, right? So I have some power. I have some ability to make decisions. How much? That depends on our agency agreement. We're specifically going to spell out what I have the decisions to make, what I have the power to do. Maybe you tell me that I don't need to come to you for any repairs less than $500. So if something breaks and it needs fixed, I have the authority to just fix it. If it's $501, now I have to call you. So I don't have full power, but I have some power. Everybody with me? The relationship between the owner and the property manager. The property manager is acting as a general agent. The other example of the general agent is your relationship with your firm. You have some decision-making ability. You have some authority. Your relationship with the firm is a general agent. What kind of decision-making power do you have? What can you do? I don't know. Why? Because all firms are different. When we look at our agency agreements in Unit 8, for example, we're going to see, remember we just said the agency agreement is between the principal and the firm. Yes. Because I'm a general agent of the firm, I'm allowed to sign the agency agreement on behalf of the firm. That's an example of being a general agent. I have some power. I have some ability. So the universal is full, general is some. How much do you think special is? None. The special agent doesn't have power. They don't have, well, limited authority, very little. I cannot speak for my buyers and sellers. I can only speak on their behalf. The special agent is the relationship between the buyer or seller and the sales agent. May that be residential or commercial. I have no authority to bind my principal. I cannot speak for them, only on their behalf, which means if I'm speaking on your behalf, I'm having a conversation with you about how we want to respond, right? I'm not going to get an offer and say, no, we're not going to accept that. I get an offer, I'm going to call my seller and say, how would you like to respond? I'm standing in place of communication. I cannot make this decision. I cannot sign the offer on their behalf. I can't reject an offer on their behalf. I'm a special agent. I can't bind my principal. And again, the special agent is the sales agent. Did y'all write that down? Sales agent. Sales agents are the one working with buyers and sellers. Maybe it's residential sales, maybe it's commercial sales. Sales is sales. Universal is full. It's the unicorn in an agency relationship. General has some. Special has none. Y'all got that highlighted and starred. And lease is the property manager. Y'all gonna do flashcards on these after class? Yes, Julie, we're gonna do flashcards. Okay. Bottom of page 149, we need to define some more words before we go into this next section. So we're going to define some words. Brokerage is the business of bringing buyers and sellers together in a marketplace. I brokerage a deal. I connect buyers and sellers. I'm representing one of those parties, at least one of those parties. North Carolina is a broker state, which means in North Carolina, we are all brokers. We just have different classifications. There's the provisional broker, the full broker, and the broker in charge. We'll talk about each when we get to license law and commission rule. What we need to understand right now is that we are all brokers. Some states are sales associates first and then become brokers. North Carolina, we just skip that sales associate piece. So we're all brokers. What we get paid when it closes is commission. Commission is typically a percentage of the sales price. Commission could be a flat fee. We're going to talk about commission in Unit 8 and when I earn my commission versus when I'm paid my commission. Actually, we may see that in 7, but we'll talk more about commission. Right now, we understand it's what I get paid. When I do the job you hired me to do, I get paid a commission. Did you guys know you were coming into a commission-based industry? If you work 10 hours this week and you don't have a closing, how much are you going to get paid? 0. We get paid when it closes. Some months are really good. Some months, not so much. The cooperating broker. The cooperating broker is the real estate agent from another firm that I'm working this transaction with. Let's say, for example, I work for firm ABC. The cooperating broker would be the agent from XYZ. The two firms are coming together and cooperating to brokerage this transaction. ABC is bringing their seller, XYZ is bringing their buyer, and together we're going to work together. We're going to cooperate to make this happen. It's a cooperating broker. Compare a cooperating broker to an in-house broker. An in-house broker, both buyer and seller are coming from the same firm. We're in-house, we're under the same roof. So cooperating is two firms coming together. In-house is one firm working with both. So in North Carolina, the North Carolina real estate license requirement. A license says we have to engage in these 3 activities. The transfer of real property for others for compensation. And when I'm referring to the transfer of real property, we can remember LL Beans. What are the activities involved in the transfer of real property? If I'm helping somebody list, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, or sell. If you spell all that out, you get LL Beans. So when we talk about the transfer of real property, we're referring to LL Beans. List, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, or sell. When I'm doing one of those activities for others for compensation. All 3 are required. Those 3 activities together are the funnel that require us to have a license. Let's say I'm doing, or I'm not doing, let's say somebody's selling their own home. They're going for sale by owner. They're not doing it for others, are they? They're doing it for themselves. So does the for sale by owner need a license? No, because all 3 activities are required. Everybody see what we're saying here? If you don't have all 3, you don't have a license. What if you call me this afternoon and you say, Julie, I really want to do real estate, but I don't want to receive any form of compensation, payment, or anything whatsoever for doing all this hard work. First off, we're going to have a very direct eyeball to eyeball conversation because I don't think any of us should ever work for free. But if that's your mentality, if you really insist on working for free and never receiving any form of compensation, do you need a real estate license? No, please call me first. Let me talk you out of that. You deserve to get paid. I need you guys to understand too, when we talk about compensation, we're not necessarily talking about money. Compensation is anything of value. Is exchange for free rent something of value? Is 6 months worth of gas something of value? So see, it doesn't have to be money. It's compensation. It's something of value. So you're not just working for free. You ain't getting nothing. You're not getting dinner. You're not getting nothing. Everybody with me? If you insist on doing that, again, call me. But if you insist on doing that, you don't need a license. All 3 activities are required to have a license. The transfer of real property for others for compensation. Our agency relationships are created a couple different ways. The way we've been talking about thus far is the relationship between the firm and the client. Remember, the client hires the firm. They hire the firm to do a very specific job. Some examples that we've given that we're getting to our listing agreement, our buyer's agency agreement, our property management agreement. Those are examples of agency relationships that create the relationship between the firm and the client. Question comes in about buying my own property. Can you be your own buyer's agent and keep half your commission? As long as your firm allows. When we bought this house 2 years ago, I was our agent. And the best part about that story, I got paid the commission after we closed. That was pretty cool. As long as your firm allows it. Yeah. Pretty much covered the cost of my inspections and closing costs, you know. I'm not gonna lie, that was helpful when buying a house. Agency relationships can also be created when you affiliate with your firm. You're going to have an in-house brokerage employment contract, maybe also referred to as an independent contractor agreement. Remember, you guys, as sales agents in property management, you're independent contractors. But you still need some kind of, you still need to form a relationship between your firm. If there's any expectations of them, what your expectations are, it's a bilateral, so it's a two-way street. How much commission you're going to get paid and when, all that needs to be spelled out in your employment contract. There's also going to be a relationship, the broker and firms, a cooperation agreement. Remember, if you're cooperating with somebody, with another firm, the listing firm puts the listing in the multiple listing services, also known as MLS. We'll talk about MLS in Unit 8. So the listing firm puts the listing, and when they advertise the listing in MLS, MLS is where it goes out to all your favorite websites, Zillow, Realtor.com, all that other place. But we members of the MLS have a login that allows me to see more information than what the public can see. And one thing I see in our MLS is how much of the listing firm's commission are they going to share with me when I bring this buyer. They're cooperating with me and they're telling me. Remember, we said the other day, the seller pays the listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. They're going to advertise that in MLS. They're going to show me that cooperation agreement. And what they're saying in MLS is, if you bring me a buyer, I will pay you X amount. That's us cooperating. We'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to MLS and commission. The other creation of agency relationship is an implied agency. We briefly mentioned an express agreement and an implied agreement. An express agreement can be an oral writing, doesn't matter. But with an express agreement, all the terms are clearly stated. An implied agreement we just start acting like we're in a relationship based on our conduct. In North Carolina, implied agency is not allowed. In order for us to work together, it must be an express agreement. Our terms, our duties, our responsibilities to each other are clearly laid out. And that's why we have agency agreements. The forms committee provides us with pre-printed forms that we can use. So implied agency, we'll talk a little bit more about this, is not allowed. So the scope of our authority, as we just said, what we're looking for in real estate is an express agreement. All of our agency agreements eventually must be in writing. We are getting ready to learn of a case where maybe we can start with an oral buyer agency agreement, with an oral agreement. We will talk about that, but eventually they all have to be in writing. And whether or not they're oral or written, the terms are clearly laid out. That's what I mean by express. Express versus implied. Express means all the terms have been stated. All the terms have been spelled out. Can you reach out to me after class, please? Or Lane. Again, compare express to implied. Implied, the terms haven't been stated. The terms haven't been laid out. I just start acting like your agent without having a conversation about it, without discussing it with you. I just start acting like I have your best interest, like I really, really want you to buy this house. I'm going to do everything I can to help you buy this house, but we never have a conversation about my agency duties. That's implied. And like I said, in North Carolina, that is not allowed. We also have something called apparent authority. Apparent authority is also not allowed. Apparent authority is a situation where the principal is aware of my limitations, but they expect me to, do them a solid and go above and beyond what I'm allowed to do. For example, let's say you have a property listed for sale. An offer comes in. Can I respond to that offer without having a conversation with my seller? Can I just look at that offer and say, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Have a nice day. I can't do that, right? Because license law and commission rule says that I present all offers to sellers. The special agent says that I can't make decisions. I only speak on their behalf. Everybody with me? So an insultingly low offer comes in. It's just going to make my seller mad. Do I have to present it to them? Yeah, absolutely. Apparent authority would be the seller saying, I know you're supposed to present all offers to me, but if anything comes in under X amount, just go ahead and reject it on my behalf. They know what my limitations are, but they're expecting me to go above and beyond. And in that case, my response is, Mr. Seller, I hear what you're saying, but license law and commission rule says I present all offers to you. If I get this insultingly low offer, it'll be a quick 5-second phone call and we'll be done, right? Prepare them for this and have this conversation. Apparent authority is when my principal knows my limitations, but expects me to go on. Y'all, sellers and buyers don't know license law and commission. It's our responsibility to make sure we're acting within our scope. They're going to ask. It's our responsibility to know what my authority is, to know what my limitations are. Let's see. Can we ask? I'm just going to go ahead and say, yeah, you can always ask. Can we ask clients to sign our personal documentation we keep for ourselves just to prove we disclose certain information? We got forms for that. I got that's an answer down at the commission. I got a form for that. Don't worry. So we got forms for that where the seller can initial various things. Yes, they disclosed this. No, they didn't disclose that. So we got you covered. we got you covered. Some forms we'll introduce in this class, some you'll just need to wait until you affiliate with your firm. There's a ton of forms. Let's just go ahead and get that out there. If you enjoy reading forms, you are in the right place. No, I cannot, Brittany. Nor can I see Rachel while I'm at it. Or Juan. Where is everybody? Come back. There you go. Okay. Compensation. This is really important. We're going to spend a minute on it. My loyalty is to the person that employs me, to the person that hires me. That may or may not be the person who pays me. Remember what we said. The seller pays the listing firm. There you are. The listing firm shares their commission with whomever brings the buyer. So let's say, for example, I'm working with the buyer. I'm a buyer's agent. The buyer hires me. The buyer enters into an agency agreement with me. Where's my loyalty? Who gets old car? Let me ask you that way. And you can tell me B or S in the chat. The seller's paying me, but the buyer's the one that hired me. Who gets old car? And I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. The person that gets old car is the buyer, because they're the ones that hired me. They are the ones that entered into a buyer's agency agreement with me. Even though the listing firm is paying me, the buyer. So where's my loyalty? Who gets old car? It's the buyer. Another scenario, I'm a buyer's agent. My buyer goes after a for sale by owner. The for sale by owner agrees to pay me. Do I owe that FSBO loyalty? Do I owe them old car? No, they chose to go it alone, didn't they? They chose to be unrepresented. They chose to be a for sale by owner. They just agreed to pay me. So understand, the loyalty is to the one that hires me. The loyalty is to the one that enters into a buyer's agency agreement with me. Maybe it's the one that's going to pay me, and maybe it's not. I also think it's important at this point that we mention, when you hire me, I owe you old car. I don't care if you are buying a lot for $5,000 or if you are selling $1 million home. Price point and what I owe you are not related. Despite the price, despite how much my commission is going to be, once you hire me, I owe you old car. Everybody good? Question comes in, do we get paid by the buyer for our service? If the for sale by owner, for example, isn't going to pay me, then yes. Because that leads me to my second bullet point. All of our agency agreements must eventually be in writing. That's the only way I can ensure I'm going to receive compensation. All of our agency agreements must be in writing. An agency agreement is an employment contract. Y'all please write that down. Agency agreement equals employment contract. I'm being hired to do a job. I know I just asked you guys this, but when I do the job, don't I deserve to get paid? And how do I protect that? How do I ensure I'm going to get paid? Because we have a written agency agreement. May that be the listing, may that be the buyer. So let's go back to that scenario. I'm working with a buyer. I'm a buyer's agent. I'm working with a buyer. And they find a for sale by owner. And so I call the for sale by owner. And I say, hey, I got a buyer that's interested in your property. Can we come by at 2 o'clock today to see it? The for sale by owner says, sure, look forward to seeing you. And I say, are you willing to cooperate with me? If I'm asking the FSBO if they're willing to cooperate, what am I asking the FSBO? You going to pay me? Is the FSBO obligated to pay me? Do they have to? No. If they say yes, I say great. We'll talk more about that when we get into Unit 8. If they say no, then who's left to pay me? If the for sale by owner won't pay me, who's got to pay me? My buyer. And that's what my buyer's agency agreement says. I will always ask the seller to pay my commission first. But if they can't or won't, you're up. Somebody has to pay me to help them in this transaction. And there's only two parties to the transaction, right? Seller and buyer. So if the seller won't pay me, then the buyer has to. That is why we have agency agreements. Y'all gonna take somebody at their word? Yeah, sure, I'll pay you, no problem. Goodness, no. So our agency agreements, specifically our written agency agreements, ensure that we get paid once we do the job. So all good things come to an end, right? And eventually, I mean, our agency agreements don't go on and on forever and ever. If neither one pays you, can you walk away? That's going to be up to my firm, isn't it? Because my firm is the one that is that relationship. So how my firm is going to proceed, every firm is different. No, I'm not sure. I'll look into that. Termination of agency. Nice bullet points for you on page 152. Agency relationships don't go on forever and ever and ever. They got to end eventually. So how do they end? Well, the first bullet point there on 152 says completion or fulfillment of the purpose in which the agency was created. If you hire me to list and sell your home, once that home is sold, we're done. Do I owe you anything else? I did the job you hired me to do. Yes. So once I list and sold your house, we're set. Buyer's agency agreement says you're hiring me to help you locate and purchase a property. Once you buy that property, we're done, right? I did the job that I was hired to do. So creation or fulfillment of purpose, expiration of the term. All of our agency agreements, we will learn in Unit 8, have an expiration date. We agree on the date is completely negotiable. If our agency agreement is up today, what is today? July 26th. If our agency agreement is up today, that means at 11:59 tonight, you and I are done. Can we agree to extend it? Sure, absolutely. We can always extend it. But if we don't agree to extend it at 11:59 tonight, we're done. We don't owe each other anything. Our agency relationship is terminated. Mutual agreement. The parties agree to enter into an agency agreement together. The parties can agree to get out. Remember, the agency relationship is between the client and who? The firm. Can you fire a seller? Probably not. Your firm has to end that relationship. Everybody with me? So if you're having a problem with the seller, you go to your BIC. Maybe your BIC pays you a referral fee and assigns it to somebody else. It's the firm's relationship. Breached by one party. Our agency agreements spell out the firm's duties to the principal and the principal's duties to the firm. It's spelled out. If either party doesn't do what they promised to do, they're in breach, and that could terminate the relationship, the agency agreement. Operation of law. Let's say, for example, you have a listing and the seller, I don't know, loses the property to bankruptcy or foreclosure. It's no longer theirs to sell, is it? If the bank takes the property, they don't own it anymore. So that would end our agency relationship. Destruction or condemnation of the property. If again, you have a listing and the house burns down, I no longer have a house to sell. So that could terminate an agency relationship. Could I do a new agency relationship to sell the land? Once we clean up, sure, but that would be a different agreement. It's gonna be a different price now, right? I no longer have a structure. And then death or incapacity of either party, keeping in mind the relationship is with the principal and the firm. So if the individual agent passes away, the show goes on. Yes. If the individual agent's license goes inactive, the show goes on because the relationship is with the client and who? The firm. The only way for the firm to die is if they shut their doors. That's how a firm dies. So let's see what we got. Let's go back up and chat. If neither one wants to pay, can you walk away again? I'll leave that up to your BIC. Yep, I think I just answered that. What would be the reason to extend the contract? That's a great question, Brian. We're coming into what's more of a normal market. We've been in this crazy seller's market for the last, I don't know, 3-4 years now. And we haven't had to do many listing extensions because homes are like flying off the shelf and they're going under contract in like less than a week. We're going to come back into a time where you may have a listing for 4 months, 5 months, you know, let's say, for example, you haven't sold their house within that term, you may agree to extend the listing to keep promoting, keep advertising it. Let's say you're working with a buyer and you guys sign a buyer's agency agreement for 3 months. And after 3 months, they haven't found the one yet, the right home. We could agree to extend that agency agreement to keep working together. So that would be an examples of that. Would breach include lying? Possibly. It would be worth calling an attorney. Yes, if your seller lied, it would be worth calling an attorney and see what kind of leg you have to stand on. So you only get paid by one or the other? Anything's possible. I guess you could get paid by both, buyer and seller. The firm would get paid by both, buyer and seller. But typically if a firm's involved, the seller pays the listing firm shares their commission with whomever's bringing the buyer. So once our agency duties are over, you know, they're typically done. Again, when the termination of agency, when our agency duties are over, they're typically done. There are some exceptions. Any unfulfilled promises or obligations. If you promise somebody you're going to do this for them, and then your agency agreement expires, that doesn't get you off the hook. You made a promise. Y'all keep your promises. If the agency agreement expires when the transaction is still pending, we're still under contract, I still owe that duty to get my client through closing. Let's see them to the end of this. Brian, this would be another good example of when we may want to extend the agency agreement. And I think that's a best practice thing. So let's say our agency agreement is over on July 31st, and we got closing scheduled for August 15th. I would extend it for 15 more days just to solidify our relationship for the rest of that time. The other exception is self-dealing. I can't use the knowledge about an individual that I learned about him while we had an agency relationship. I can't use that against them after the relationship. Let's say I know why the seller needs to sell. Pick a reason. And I never sell their house. We just can't do it. I just can't get anybody to buy it. And our agency agreement expires. I cannot take that knowledge now that I'm not their agent and try to promote my best interest. That wouldn't be fair to the seller, would they? Because remember, we entered into a fiduciary relationship. And a fiduciary is one of trust. And so they need to trust that I'm not going to use their information against them to try to get myself a good deal. Does that make sense? We need to be honest. I'm not saying I can't buy this house. I'm just saying I need to be honest. Remember when you told me this, this, and this, and you gave me your motivation for selling? Well, now I want to buy it. Just be honest. Also, when agency agreements end, the duty of confidentiality is generally expected to continue. In other words, just because our agency agreement is over does not give me this golden ticket to run down the street blabbing your confidential information. Okay? I still, just out of respect for humankind, am going to keep your confidential information even after our agency agreement is over, unless I bring a new client to the table. Let's talk about what that means. Let's say I have a listing agreement with the sellers, and that listing agreement is over on July 31st. July 31st rolls around and I've never sold their house. And we agree not to extend it. The sellers don't want me to continue. I really don't want to keep working with these sellers. So we just let it expire and part ways. The seller then lists with another firm. Everybody with me? I had it listed. I couldn't do the job. So the seller then lists with another firm. And somewhere along the line, I pick up a new buyer client, lo and behold, that's interested in that property. Who's my loyalty to today? Be your S in the chat, buyer or seller. Who's my loyalty to today? Yep. So who gets old car from me today? It's my new client. It's the buyer. And don't I owe them confidentiality? I tell my client everything about my customer. I tell my customer nothing about my client. It doesn't matter that you are a past client or a former client. What is our relationship today? So I obviously learned something about that seller during the 6 months I had their home listed for sale. I never sell it. They list with another firm. That firm is now who owes them old car. I pick up a new buyer that calls me and says, I want to see this listing this afternoon. And I say, oh, hang tight. Do I have some news for you? You guys with me? I now owe that to my buyer client because now they are the ones that hire me. They're the ones that have in my relationship with today. That's going to be the only exception, is to break in that duty of confidentiality. Again, please understand, just because your agency relationship is over does not give me a golden ticket to run down the street. They got to sell because they're getting a divorce. That doesn't give me the right to do that. But if a buyer hires me and says, why are they selling? Don't I owe them that? Isn't that what old car says? I know that bumps against some of our moral compasses, doesn't it? But that goes back to what license law and commission rule says in old car. Do we warn the customers that whatever they share with us, we're going to share with our client? Yes, and I'm getting to our agency disclosure. We have this conversation up front. Absolutely. Because isn't that honest and fair? And that's what I owe those customers, is fairness, honesty, and the disclosure material facts. When the consumer hires a sole practitioner means it is just them. They are not a firm. They're not affiliated with anybody. They're a broker out on their own. They're sole. The independent broker can function. You can either be a sole proprietor or a licensed entity. We'll talk a little bit more about that. We really get into that in post-licensing. And then agency agreement is between the broker's company and the consumer. So again, as a sole, yes, I see. So as a sole proprietor, your relationship is between you, the independent broker, and the consumer, the client. More common, sole proprietors are out there and they're growing in numbers for sure. We'll talk about sole proprietors, sole practitioners, and license law and commission rule. So you guys will read about that in the comments before we talk about it in class. We're seeing these more and more, but what we still see the most of is when the consumer hires the real estate firm. The agency agreement is between the firm and the consumers. All brokers affiliated with the firm are agents of the firm. one agent with a listing agreement has been allowed to work with the firm's seller. Everybody else is a sub-agent. We're getting into sub-agency. We'll probably get into that right after the break. So hang on to sub-agency just for a second. It tends to be a topic you need to visit a couple times to grasp sub-agency. Y'all believe it's break time already? I feel like that last hour went by way too fast. But that being said, it's break time. So let's take 10. We come back, we're going to talk about different types of agency relationship. It did go by fast. I agree. All right. Welcome back. We good to focus for about 52 more minutes? Can I keep you guys for? All right, cameras are on. And I can see you. So I'm going to take attendance. The next section, where we're heading next in your book, is to talk about the different type of agency relationships. So before we do that, I just first off want to bring your attention to page 153. You guys see that little chart at the top, page 153? I think that does a nice job of summarizing what we're getting ready to talk about. So kind of use that as your Cliff's Notes, your abbreviated version. We're gonna start introducing you guys to the idea of an exclusive relationship. And first off, let's talk about what that means. If you're dating somebody exclusively, how many people should you be dating? Should you be dating? Just one. Women tend to answer that faster than men, by the way. I don't know what's up with that. But if you're dating somebody exclusively, you should only be dating one person, right? So when we talk about exclusive agency relationships, first off, let's understand that it is a one-way street. The client is dating how many firms in an exclusive relationship? How many firms is the client dating? The client is just dating one, but exclusivity is not a two-way street. Could the firm have more than one listing agreement? Could the firm have more than one buyer's agency agreement? Guys, it'd be really hard for us to make money if the firm could only have one seller and one buyer at a time. I mean, you guys, some of these firms have over 200 agents in them. Everybody with me? So we have multiple sellers, multiple buyers. So exclusivity, I think the first thing to understand about these types of relationships is that exclusivity is a one-way street. Once the client enters into an exclusive relationship with us, they're only dating one firm. The firm is dating as many as they want. The other thing I'd like to say about this section, as we start introducing to you, some of you get awfully upset about some of this stuff. And I hear you say, well, I get my license and I'm not going to do that. Good for you. I'm here to tell you right now, your tests are not going to ask you what you're going to do. Your tests are going to ask you what you can do, what your options are. So I need you guys to get out of your own way. Okay. Maybe I say something, you say, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to affiliate with a firm that does that. Great. That's not what your test is going to ask you. Do I have everybody? Stay with me. Your test is going to ask you what you can do. So we're going to talk about the different types of agency relationships. And the first type of agency relationship is a single agency relationship, seller only. In a single agency seller relationship, the firm only works with sellers. They will only allow sellers to hire them. Any potential buyers are customers. There are no buyer clients with this firm. The only clients are the sellers. You do see this across our state. It's usually not in the bigger areas like the triad or the triangle, but you get into some smaller, more remote areas. And this idea of single agency, the firm only representing the seller, is more common. Think about what we're saying. If you're a firm that only represents sellers, when you want to list and sell your home, you're my client. I'll put you in first class. I'll hold your hand. I'll get through you with the transaction. If you ever decide when you want to sell that home, right? If you ever decide you want to buy a home, I pretty much need to downgrade you, right? I can't have you in first class as a buyer because my firm doesn't represent you. So now I got to downgrade you back to coach. I got to put you in the back in coach because you're just a customer. What's the flip side of seller agency only firms? There are firms that only represent the buyer. Question came in, can you refer to the, absolutely. Absolutely. So could you refer your buyer to another firm that does work with buyers and get a referral fee? Yes. The flip side of this is there are firms that only represent the buyer. They have no listings. The firm has no listings. They do not represent the sellers. So how do they find listings for their buyers? Well, they look in MLS for cooperating firms, or they go for sale by owner. The buyers are the clients. The sellers are the customers. Again, in our bigger areas, Triad, Triangle, Charlotte, probably not that common, not going to see it that much, but you get more into remote areas. Then you have firms that work with one or the other only in a transaction. The firm will work with both, but only one per transaction. So if the seller has already hired us, the buyer's a customer for that property. It's a single agency, seller or buyer. What we see most common, at least here in the Triad, I can't speak for many other places, but what we see most common are firms that represent both, sometimes in the same transaction. And I'm getting to that. We will talk about that in just a second. Several of you have already indicated that representing both in the same transaction can get tricky. And that might be one reason why a firm chooses to only represent one in the transaction. So we'll talk about that in just a second. Another agency relationship is sub-agent, and that sub-agency can look, it has two different forms. There are two different ways that sub-agency can look. First off, remember we said back at the beginning of Unit 7 on Thursday that a sub-agent is an agent of an agent. The word sub means under. So if you're a sub-agent, you're an agent of an agent. And the most common way that sub-agency is practiced, let's say, for example, you guys all pass your real estate license, your real estate exam, and you get your license. Yay, mini celebration. And once you get your license, you choose to come work for me. And I have a firm called Julie's Real Estate Shop. So you come choose, you work for Julie's Real Estate Shop. Welcome aboard, everybody. So we're all here. We're all agents of the firm. Yes, I am the firm. You are all agents of the firm. Are you guys an agent of an agent? Are you an agent of me? Are you an agent of a firm? Yeah. If one of you gets a listing, one of you secures a listing, I will allow you to work with that seller. It's my listing, it's my seller because it's the firm, right? But if one of you gets a listing, I will allow you to work with that seller as the listing agent. All of the rest of you automatically become sub-agents because you're an agent of who? You're an agent of me. Do you owe my seller old car? Yes, because whose seller is it? It is mine. It is the firm. I just allowed one of you to be the listing agent. The rest of you as sub-agents, you guys you're not involved with this seller. You're not doing anything with the seller. The listing agent is the one handling everything. But because you're employed by my firm and my firm is the one with the agency agreement, that makes the rest of you sub-agency. How well do you think it's going to go over if you mistreat or mishandle my seller? Am I going to be happy? No. So one of you is the listing agent. All the rest of you are sub-agents. Now, again, you're not doing anything with the seller sub-agents. The listing agent isn't bossing you around. Can the listing agent make you make copies and distribute flyers? Do you work for the listing agent? No. Who do you work for? You work for me, the firm. Now, what happens? Let's say the listing agent leaves. Because you are all sub-agents, because you're all still with my firm, I could appoint one of you to take that listing over, right? I had a listing agent. Let's just say that listing agent passes away. One of you's got to carry on. As sub-agents, could you do an open house for the listing agent? Could you do an open house? Sure. Because the relationship is between the seller and who? Me, the firm. It's not uncommon to go to an open house and meet an agent that isn't the listing agent, that doesn't have their name on the sign. But they're still there acting on behalf of the best interest of the firm. So one way that sub-agency looks, when one of us gets a client, in a sense, we all get a client because it's not yours, it's mine. Everybody good with that? You owe duty, loyalty, obligation to the seller by default, basically. The other way sub-agency can look is when we bring an unrepresented buyer to the transaction. Unrepresented buyer to the transaction. That means the buyer's a customer. So let's back up for a second. When I wake up every morning, there are, let's see, this morning when I looked in the Triad MLS, there were like 2,300 something homes for sale in the Triad MLS. Let's just say 2,300. There are 2,300 sellers in the Triad MLS that want to sell their home. And when I wake up every morning, I owe all of those sellers the same duty. And that duty is to find them a ready, willing, and able buyer. I always think of the ready, willing, and able buyer as a three-legged stool. What happens if one of these legs falls out? The stool falls down, right? I need all three legs to have this. So when I wake up every morning, every single seller out there, I owe this duty to find them a ready, willing, and able buyer. Doesn't matter if the buyer is represented or not. If the buyer is not represented, then the buyer is a customer, and I show up as a sub-agent to the seller. Maybe we're with the same firm, maybe we're not. That doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm bringing the buyer. If I'm bringing my buyer client, they're represented. If I'm bringing my buyer customer, they're not. I'm still walking with them in the transaction, right? I'm just not holding their hand. And as a seller sub-agent, don't I owe it to the seller to get this buyer through closing? To do what I can do to get this buyer through closing? That's what seller sub-agency is. Y'all, please write that down. If I'm acting as a seller sub-agent, then the buyer is my customer. They didn't hire me. They chose to go through unrepresented. That would make me a seller subagent. As a seller subagent, who do I owe my duty to? Even though they didn't hire me, I'm still an agent of the seller, aren't I? Not all sellers or firms are willing to work with seller subagency. Some firms will say buyer's agent only. Some firms will say, I don't care where the buyer comes from, just bring me a buyer. I don't care, just bring me a buyer. The reason why some firms or some agents may choose not to be a seller subagent is something called vicarious liability. Have you ever heard the saying, you're living vicariously through somebody else? That's kind of where we're going with this. If you were a seller subagent and you brought your buyer customer to a different firm, not your firm, but a different firm, that seller and that firm would be liable for all of your actions. So why would some firms choose not to offer seller subagency? Because you don't know this subagent. You don't know their credentials. You don't know their training. You don't know their education. You don't know that they know what they're doing. But yet you still could be on the hook for their actions. That's what vicarious liability is saying. It is spelled out in our agency agreement whether or not the seller and the firm will allow a buyer customer. We have choices. We can say buyer's agent only. We can say seller subagent, or we can allow both. We can limit who and the relationship of who brings that buyer. And whether or not you or your firm limit it may come down to firm's policy. The question I always get at this point is, can a seller subagent get paid? And the answer is yes, because we hash it out in our listing agreement. We will actually see when we look at our listing agreement in Unit 8 that we're going to say, if a buyer's agent brings the buyer, this is how much I'm going to pay them. If a seller subagent brings the buyer, this is how much I'm going to pay them. And if you or your firm only offer buyer's agency, let's say you offer buyer's agency only, and your buyer doesn't want to be represented, they just want to be a customer, but that listing is only offering buyer's agent only, as a subagent, can I show that property? Can I view that property with my buyer customer? No, I can't. Why? Because the seller has said buyer's agent only. This will be in the MLS. That's part of that information that you can see. As a matter of fact, I'll make myself a note. I'll pull that up. I'll actually show you MLS on Thursday. I will show you that first, where we select the type of agency relationship allowed. The seller and the firm can say who they want to show the property. And if they say buyer's agent only, then the seller subagent can't bring their buyer customer. Question comes in, distinction between buyer's agent, seller subagent. Buyer agent is from a different firm from the listing agent. Usually it could be from the same firm. This could be by the same firm. The point that we're looking at here is that the buyer's a customer. They chose not to be represented. So we had that first example. Again, subagency takes two different forms, you guys. So we have that first example where when one of you gets a listing, we all get a listing. That's by default of the firm, the relationship of the firm. This example is saying you're working with an unrepresented buyer. Maybe they're interested in a property in your firm, maybe they're not. Most buyers choose to be represented. Most of them do. Why would you not want to be, right? Why would you not want to fly in first class and walk hand in hand instead of side by side back in coach? However, there are some buyers out there. Think, for example, an investor or somebody that flips houses for a living. They may not need represented. They just need me to get them access into the property so they can have an inspection, right? They don't need me to walk them through the process and the transaction. They've been through it. They know it. They just need my assistance on, like I said, access, communicating with the seller, that kind of thing. So pretty much all agents or sub-agents of the firm, when one of us gets a listing, we all get a listing. That's one version of sub-agency. So there's one of you gets to be the listing agent, and the other 54 of you are sub-agents because you're all employed by the same firm. We celebrate each other's successes. When you get a listing, all of us are going to say, yay, because we're very happy for you, especially me, because I'm going to make some money now, right? As the firm. I need you guys to spend time with sub-agency. There's two different things going on, and I need you to separate them. That's why I have it on two different slides. I need you to separate it. Sub-agency is in your book, 155. Two different types. It comes in two different forms. An agent of the agent, an agent employed by the firm that brings the client. And then the second way that it looks, the second form, is when the buyer chooses not to be represented. The buyer is a customer. And again, let me make myself a note. So when we come together on Thursday, I'll actually show you guys an MLS where we select for this transaction, for this property. I'm the listing agent, and I'm telling you, who do I want to show this property? Is it the buyer's agent, the seller sub-agent, or both? And my listing agreement will spell out how and when you're going to get paid. Questions? So up until this point, we've kind of been working under the implication that two brokers are coming together from two different firms. One's working with the seller to help them list their property. Another firm, another broker is working with the buyer to help them find the property. Buyer finds the seller property, poof, we're cooperating together. We're cooperating firms, two firms coming together. There can be a scenario where the same firm represents both parties. And that scenario in the transaction, and that scenario is referred to as dual agency. So before we get into dual agency, and I'm going to be here for just a minute, I'd rather you guys pay attention to me. We'll flip the slide in just a second. Before we get into dual agency, let's kind of break this down into an analogy that we can all see. Do I have any baseball fans on the call? Anybody a baseball fan? A small handful of you. All right. Do I have any football fans? Few more? All right, let's use a football analogy. My goodness, what do y'all watch? Okay, so let's do a football analogy. When you have two different firms bringing the buyer or the seller, right? Let's go back to what we know. Two different firms bringing the buyer or the seller. When you're watching a football game, is it clear when you're looking at the field that there are two different teams on the field? Can you look at the field and see two teams? The home team is wearing their home whites. The away team is wearing their away grays, right? You can tell that we got two different teams on the field. If one of those teams is the seller and another one of those teams is the buyer, the agent's role, one from each firm, the agent's role in that scenario is of the coach. The coach is the one standing on the sideline shouting the next play, right? Do this, don't do that, right? Throw that football, right? They're the ones standing on the sideline shouting. The buyers are still buying, the sellers are still selling. But the coach is the one telling them what to do. That's a scenario of two different firms. One firm helping the seller, one firm helping the buyer. To introduce you guys to dual agency, let's take that same scenario. You're watching a football game and you're looking at two different teams. One team is the seller, another team is the buyer. But now in a situation of dual agency, where the firm represents both, the firm is no longer allowed to be a coach. The firm's role has to change in dual agency. Is it fair to my buyers for me to tell my sellers what to do, how they can benefit? Is that fair to my buyers? No. Is it fair for my sellers for me to tell my buyers what to do for their benefit? No, I can't be the coach. I can't yell plays. So when we enter into dual agency, one firm represents both, the firm's role has to change. And when we enter into dual agency, the firm can no longer be the coach. Now the firm becomes the referee. Is the referee still involved in the game? Shake your head. Is the referee still important to the game? Shake your head. Is the referee telling the buyers and sellers or the teams what play to make next? Is the referee telling the quarterback what play to throw next? Goodness, I hope not. Should they be? Absolutely not. So to introduce you guys to dual agency, we're going to talk all about it. To introduce you guys to dual agency, I like the football analogy. Understand, the seller's still selling and the buyer's still buying. Their roles have not changed. But when we get into dual agency, it's the firm's role that changes. They go from being the coach to the referee. What I would like, I'm getting ready to flip the slide, and we're going to talk about dual agency for a couple of slides. And what I would like is for you guys just to listen and hold off on your questions for just a minute, because it's a safe bet I'm going to get to it. And I promise you at the end of dual agency, I will open it up for questions. So if I could get you guys just to focus and hang on for a minute so we can get into this conversation of dual agency. So dual agency is an in-house transaction. In-house means how many firms are involved in this transaction. It's in-house, so it's just one. The simplest way that I have ever been able to come up with to define dual agency is one firm, one transaction, two clients, maybe one or two different brokers. The key here is you have one firm that's working with the seller to help them sell 123 Main Street. And the same firm is working with a buyer to help them purchase 123 Main Street. The firm owes both buyer and seller old car. Can we see a possible conflict of interest? Can you? If you were the seller, you hire me. Why? Because you want this fiduciary relationship and you trust that I have your best interest. And now I'm telling you there's an opportunity where I may have to split that interest. I may have to have an undivided loyalty. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. Please write that down. How is dual agency created? Intentionally. Does that mean it just happens accidentally? I just start acting like a dual agent without your permission? It's intentionally created, which means we have a discussion, we have a conversation. I create it with informed written consent. Dual agency is covered in our agency agreements that we'll see in Unit 8. With dual agency, again, the seller and the buyer have hired the same firm to assist them in the same transaction. And my role as the firm changes. I go from the coach where I'm shouting advice to the referee where I'm not. The big thing about dual agency, what goes away is my advocacy. I can't play favorites. I owe both old car. I'm serving two kings, for goodness sakes. Could you imagine how hard that was to do back in the New England days? Serve two kings. And that's what we're doing. And that's where the challenge is. So with dual agency, advocacy goes away. There is no advice I can offer the seller that won't harm the buyer, and vice versa. There is no advice I can offer. Let's say, for example, my buyer, they find this listing that my firm has, and they say, oh my gosh, this is my dream house. I want to write it up. How much should I offer? Well, if I say, let's offer less than asking price, haven't I harmed my seller client? Because my seller client expects to get asking price, right? So if I say go in under, I've just harmed my seller client. If I say go in at or over asking price, haven't I harmed my buyer client? There is no advice you can give, and I've thought about this for years and years and years. There is no advice you can give one party that doesn't harm the other. Same firm, different branches. We're all with the same firm, aren't we? So if you have one firm that has 5 different locations, we're all still with the same firm, right? So could that be dual agency? Remember, it's one firm, not one office location. It is one firm, one transaction, 2 clients. Continuing on with dual agency, again, I'll open for questions, I promise. Again, the firm represents both the buyer and the seller with equal loyalty in the same transaction. How the heck do we do this? How the heck do we make this happen? We have to have written permission of both parties. We have to have informed written consent. Dual agency doesn't just happen. We have a conversation with our sellers. If somebody else in my firm, or even myself, if the firm brings the buyer, are you okay with dual agency? We're going to explain it. We're going to have a conversation. Same thing with the buyers. We have conversations. We tell them, use the football analogy. I don't care. I didn't create that. I can't, somebody else provided me with it. So pass it down, right? But help them understand that my role has to change. Basically, I have to take a few steps back, don't I? And the big thing that goes away for me in dual agency is advocacy. So let's say, for example, you are at your listing appointment and you're having a conversation with the seller about dual agency. And the seller says, why in the world would I agree to that? I'm hiring you to represent me. I don't want to share you. I don't want a buyer to have my same representation. I'm selfish. I just want you. If the seller says no to dual agency, that's fine. There's their right. I can't make anybody do anything. If the seller says no to dual agency, then we need to explain to them what they're saying no to. That means no agent in my firm can bring their buyer client. If you're a firm with 300 agents, that could pique their attention, couldn't it? You mean you're telling me nobody in Julie's real estate shop can bring their buyer client? That's exactly what I'm telling you. Because what is dual agency? One firm, one transaction, one firm, one transaction, 2 clients, 1 or 2 brokers, 1 firm, 1 transaction, 2 clients, 1 or 2 buyers. So you tell the seller, if you say no to dual, then nobody in my firm can bring their buyer client. Could they bring their buyer customer? Could they bring a non-represented buyer? Yeah, because dual agency says how many clients? 2 clients. So the buyer customer can come. What if you're talking to the buyers and you're having a conversation with your buyers about dual agency and you talk to them and they say, no, I don't like that. Okay, you don't have to agree to it. I can't make you do anything. But if you say no to dual, I can't show you any properties that my firm has listed. The seller's already the client if I have them listed. So if you say no to dual, I can't show you anything that my firm has listed. Can we change our mind? Of course, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. The key to dual is I can't compromise either party. And that's where it gets tricky. Now, I do have a solution, a possible solution for dual, and that looks like what we're going to start with on Thursday morning. So don't get too excited on me yet. I do have a possible solution, and that's what we will get to. Why would a client disagree to dual? Because I'm splitting my loyalty. I'm owing equal. Both of you get, I can't be your advocate anymore. I can't give you advice. I'm just assisting you in getting through the transaction. So when my buyer says, should I get a home inspection? Do sellers want buyers to get home inspections? No. The home inspector's job is to go in the home and point out all the problems, find everything wrong with it, right? So if the buyer looks at me and says, should I get a home inspection? If I say yes, I've harmed my seller client. If I say no, I've harmed my buyer client. There's no way I can answer that question to not harm somebody. And that's why they don't like dual agency. And that's why I have a solution. I have a possible solution that we will get to on Thursday. Undisclosed dual agency, we actually mentioned earlier when we were talking about our conflict of interest. Undisclosed dual agency is never allowed. In order to have dual agency, we must have informed written consent. Once again, you guys, dual agency doesn't just happen. We have to have informed written consent. Does informed written consent mean I'm going to look at my sellers and say, we're going to do dual sign here? Is that informing them about what they're getting into? Just sign it. Trust me, you'll be fine. Just sign it. No. To have informed written consent, this means we have to have a conversation. We have to have a discussion. As I mentioned, dual agency is brought up in our agency agreements, listing agreement and buyer's agency agreement. And I'm a big fan we need to be familiar with the forms first off, because we're going to be the ones explaining dual agency to buyers and sellers. But you can use the forms to help you put words in your mouth. The listing agreement explains dual agency to the seller. The buyer's agency agreement explains dual agency to the buyer. So you don't have to recreate the wheel here. Use the forms to help you have these conversations. Nobody expects you to be a wordsmith, right? And to put this in your own, but you need to be familiar with it so you can explain dual agency to your buyers and sellers. So undisclosed dual agency, it's a conflict of interest that we saw earlier. It's not allowed. In order to create dual agency, we have to have informed written consent. So what we like is disclosed dual agency, where it is purposely created. If you have not written down informed written consent yet, please do so. It's kind of important. I think that's about the third time you guys have seen it now. I'm not repeating myself for the sake of repeating myself. Informed written consent. We just can't start acting like a dual agent. Even though I'm a dual agent, there's still certain confidential information about one part. I don't have a golden ticket to blab information about the people, right? I'm going to keep my people's confidential information confidential. I owe them both confidentiality. The C and O car, I owe them both confidentiality. Do your head one way or another. If I'm a dual agent, I'm one agent working with the seller and the buyer. Do I owe my parties the disclosure of material facts? Do I owe them material facts? Yes. I always have a duty to disclose material facts about the property. Remember, facts about the property, facts surrounding the property, facts about the principal's ability to complete the purchase, the transaction. What I'm not sharing is certain confidential information about the other. So when my buyer wants to know why my seller is selling, can I tell them that? Can I tell them why my seller is selling? Not unless I have their written permission, right? Not unless I have their consent. If my seller wants to know how high my buyer is willing to go on the purchase price, is that confidential information I should be sharing to them? Absolutely not. So the confidential information is about the party. I always have a duty to disclose material facts. So let me give you a quick visual. Again, when we come together on Thursday, I really wish I had time to do this today. I'm leaving you with a cliffhanger. And I hate that I'm leaving you with this, but so it is. So when we come back on Thursday, we're going to talk about a possible solution to dual agency. So we're not done with this just yet, but bear with me for right now because I do want to open this up for questions. So let's pretend this pink line is a wall. Okay, you have a wall. And on one side of the wall, you have the buyer. And on the other side of the wall, you have the seller. Buyer and seller are two different teams. Yes, buyer and seller on the other side of the wall. In a situation of dual agency, the firm and all the agents of the firm are straddling the wall. I'm not on one side of the wall or the other. I'm straddling the wall. I am paying equal loyalty to both. The other thing I want to say, we tend to think of the example I just gave was dual agency. If you have a firm with, 250 agents, is dual agency bound to happen if you have 250 agents working with buyers and sellers? Dual agency is bound to happen, right? You got that many people out there brokeraging transactions. They're going to bump into each other. What I need you guys to understand is that the size of the firm doesn't matter. Let's pretend that I'm a sole practitioner. If I'm a sole practitioner, I am a one-man show. Everybody with me? How many people work for me? Just me. I'm a sole practitioner. I'm on my own. As a sole practitioner, I could bump into dual agency. All I need is one listing. Particularly, all I need is one buyer to call me off my sign. One of the first questions we ask buyers are you represented? I'm not trying to be nosy. I'm trying to honor, if you're represented, I want to honor that relationship. So you call me on my sign. I have one listing. I'm a sole proprietor. I have one listing. You call me and you say, I'm interested in your listing. And I say, great. Are you working with a buyer? And you say, no. And I have the conversation with you that we'll talk about on Thursday. And you say, I want to be represented. I want to be a dual agent. Dual agency just happened, even though I'm a one-man show with one listing. Everybody with me? Dual agency is a phone call or an email away. You don't need to have 500 agents to have dual agency. You need the firm to represent one seller. You get one buyer client. As long as you have informed written consent, you've disclosed dual agency, you've gone over it, you've explained what it means, you explain what it looks like to the other parties. All right, let's take your questions in the chat, please. Let's take your questions on dual agency. So, go back. Can't give advantage, that's right, I can't give advice, my advocacy goes away. So in order to disclose certain information about the party, you have to have written permission. That's right. We talked about that back in confidential. So can I advertise that my seller is a motivated seller? Sure, but I have to have written permission to do that. There's confidential information about the people. And just because I'm in dual agency doesn't give me an opportunity to disclose that information. Guys, I'm not going to run around blabbing, right? Telling my buyer all about my seller and telling my seller all about my buyer. Confidentiality of the people is the thing. Material facts about the property. I always disclose material facts. Now that we know what we know, I never have a reason not to disclose material facts. If you're my client, I owe you material facts. If you're my customer, I owe you material facts. So I have everybody. My role, if I'm a listing agent, a selling agent, a single agent, a dual agent, the thing we're going to talk about on Thursday called designated dual agency, it doesn't matter who I am. I always have a duty to disclose material facts. So if you see a test question, if you see a test question that says something like, you learn this about the property that you have listed and the buyer customer shows up, do you have to disclose those material facts to the buyer customer? Yes, I always have a reason. I always have to disclose material facts. It doesn't matter who I am, even if I'm a dual agent. It is a lot to process. And guys, please remember, none of you are leaving this call today as agency experts. None of you are. How do you become an agency expert? We're still in Unit 7. My goodness, we've been here 6 hours now, right? And I still got another hour or two on Thursday. Is Unit 7 important? Yes. There's a reason why we're spending this kind of time in it. You guys have got to go back and review it, expose yourself, listen to the recording, look at the book. And again, we'll talk a little bit more. I'm not done. So we'll talk a little bit more about it on Thursday. So just hang tight. Let's see. Fiduciary relationship. That's right. That's the client relationship, right? The fiduciary, that relationship of trust. Owe them old car. Should we be completing learn, test, pass as we go? Well, I think that makes sense. That'll help you solidify. For those of you that have played around in learn, test, pass, my favorite part is it gives you the explanation. So even in learn, test, pass, you're still learning as you go, right? Right or wrong, it explains why. So that helps you learn. So please do learn, test, pass as we go. In dual agency, there are no customers. That's right. Dual agency is one firm, one transaction, two clients. It can be one or two brokers. There are no customers in dual agents. The seller has hired Julie's real estate shop to list their property. The buyer has hired Julie's real estate shop to purchase that property. So they're just clients, both sides of the fence of the wall. Yep. Welcome back. Learn, test, pass is helpful. I would agree. I would agree. Again, dual agency, buyers and sellers don't generally like this. Would you? I'm standing here babbling on and on and on about our fiduciary relationship and I owe you old car and da-da-da-da-da, except in dual agency. And now my role has to change. My advocacy goes away. I can't give advice. So let's talk about how we combat this in our last couple minutes. We've talked about listing appointments. We've talked about buyer consultation appointments. Can I have these conversations with my buyers or sellers before dual agency happens? So for example, let's say I'm in a buyer consultation. You're coming into my office this afternoon and I'm going to give you my brochure, my folder with information and hope that you hire me. So you're coming into my office this afternoon for a buyer consultation. We haven't looked at properties. We haven't even talked about a buyer's agency agreement yet. We're nowhere near dual agency yet. Can I go ahead and share with my buyer that when you do find the right house and we go under contract, a home inspection is highly recommended? So I can have this conversation up front. So now when we go under contract, you shouldn't have to look at me and say, should I get a home inspection? I've already discussed the importance of having a home inspection. You guys with me? So especially with buyers, I think especially first-time home buyers, it's good to have these buyer consultations, have these sit-downs, if you will, where we can explain various parts of the process, particularly if the home they want to buy is listed by my firm. So we're talking about dual agency, But could they choose to buy a house with another firm? Yeah. So they don't buy something listed by Julie's Real Estate Shop. They buy something by, ABC Realty. We're not in dual agency. We're only in dual agency when one firm is representing both parties in the same transaction. What is it for if your client wants to buy and sell? That's a great question, Aisha. And in that case, that would be single agency, because now I have two transactions. The seller is selling 123 Main Street, but they're buying 456 Elm Street, right? So I have two different transactions. Whoa, sorry. There. So I have two different transactions. So that's right. It would be two separate. So that's not dual agency. In one transaction, I'm helping them sell. In a different transaction, I'm helping them buy. Again, I'm not done talking about dual agency yet. We got to talk about some other stuff. So let's talk about what Thursday is going to look like. We're going to talk about something called designated dual agency, which is the possible solution for dual agency. We'll talk about what that means. We're going to talk about agency disclosure. Specifically, we have something called working with real estate agents. So we'll talk about how I can disclose my agency status, how I tell the public who I represent, how I tell the public what side of the wall I'm on, for example. We're going to talk about oral buyer agency. That tends to be another topic that's tricky for us to wrap our brains around. So I'd appreciate it if you guys could look at oral buyer agency, page 174. We'll just finish looking at unit 7. And then the last piece of unit 7 is our relationship with our firm. So we're going to talk a little bit more about being an independent contractor and how that looks. So we will finish 7 on Thursday. I don't know, maybe another hour and a half, hour and 45, something like that. Once again, you guys, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested units. And by the time it's all said and done, we're spending roughly 7 or 8 hours just on unit 7. So there's a lot of information in unit 7. If you haven't looked ahead, please do so. Remember to always review where we've been, because you're going to have to, again, you're not leaving these calls as agency experts. How you grasp this information, how you wrap your brain around it, is to go over it again and again and again. Read unit 7 again, go back and watch the recording again, expose yourself. And I got some other material that we'll talk about on Thursday. It is 1:00 on the dot. Y'all have a great afternoon. Make me stop talking. And I will see you guys Thursday morning, and we're jumping right back into agency. Have a good day.